confused. I pronounce certain things differently. So forgive me. I want to start by thanking all of you who have come here. The rain was too much. I, for one, came a little bit late because of the rain and the unpredictable jam that come anytime. Otherwise, from the Chamber of Commerce, we want to wish you a very nice day today. I don't know what I should say. I will only have to say 2-3 things about the Chamber and to open our mind as to why this sort of engagement is very important. And it should not stop here. Actually, we are late. It should continue. Chamber of Commerce, by its nature, is sort of an international body, but not joined together. And that's what I want us to say. Chamber of Commerce is a private, it's a membership organization. But look at interests of business person in the world. The main purpose is to struggle with all different government entities to secure conducive business environment. And I want to repeat that. Business environment. Commerce, not trade. For a long time, we have been made from the other side of the world that please let us trade. Let us trade. The West will tell us, other political jurisdiction, commerce will tell us, or business will tell us, let us trade. But they do not want us to think about what helped the trade. They don't talk about commerce. They talk about trade. And I think it is high time all of us work here to appreciate that. I know I've been struggling to say this to many people, but I don't want to say it. With this forum, I think we should continue saying. Let me take you back a bit to show you where commerce is, why we like CIATINI, UNCCI, and many other private apex institutions who are represented here. When we talk about commerce, we should know that commerce is divided into two. It's basic. Trade and those elements that aid trade. Trade is the tail end of all our intervention. Well over, and I want anybody to challenge me. All the wars that have been fought, they are fought over commerce. All the wars, they will give you another excuse. The Ukraine war, the Iran-Iraq war, it is commerce. And when they're fighting for commerce, they're not fighting for the trade, because trade is the tail end. They're fighting for the middle part. That's what enabled trade to be. And those ones are the insurance, as we talk of, the roads, the infrastructure, the money, the legal aspect of it, anything that now other people want to say chain, value chain. You cannot trade well if you do not have proper policy. Because the policy that is being injected in you is to help that other person. So you start producing your product from here, and when you reach there, it is that person who set the standard who will tell you, your water is not meeting my standard. Think about it. Somebody come here, is an expert of banana. He has never grown banana. He doesn't know anything, but they give us money to say they are the one giving you. You're getting what it is. You're getting what I mean. So commerce come here. UNCCI come here to tell you that we have to make sure that the environment is first of all level. Let us level. And how do we do that? The advocacy is there. We train where we need to. We go and lobby those who make policies that are injected in us that prohibits you to compete well in the international market. So when you talk about this competition bill that you are going to talk about today, let us be very mindful I know there's nothing much we can say. The legal people say that it has already been passed, waiting for president's signature, which you coin it in a certain term, call it assent. Yes, it is there. All any other thing, the IP, yesterday was somewhere where the president was meeting quite a number of people. I believe whether one or two of you were there. One of the things that strike me is there's this product of a certain lady who you all know well called Bella Wine. Surprisingly, somebody came up with almost the same name and was introducing herself with the same sort of product. Now, what is it that we need to protect that? You are here with your organization, with your Apex institutions. You have certain things you are doing, trying to add value. When it lands somewhere in China, 2 days later, somebody has patented it. You come back and you start saying, no, 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 but who is to patent? So I think we have to see that, the standard, and that's why Chamber of Commerce is there, and we have to continue and continue. Quite a number of things we provide. And they're all coining those technical words called business development services. Quite a number of things. What I want us to understand today, please, when we are discussing here, let us see how our Uganda law or policies will link to the greater market that we are having. Let us have something that can enable us have fair playing ground. This bill that we are going to talk about has been passed some time back. But it is not there independent. It is linked to something. And that's why I like so much the idea that Siatini came up with our people here, that we have to link it to this East African something, to this African something. We are not independent. And with all this I say, I talk sometimes a lot, and few of them are points. I believe there are some points there. So with that, I'll say two things. With all your Apex institutions, if we do not come up together to work together, we are going to remain behind. And I will repeat this. If we do not come up to work together, we as Uganda, we as business persons are going to remain behind. Here we have so many Apex institutions for private sector. But are we pooling our resources together so that we can confront these major international, regional challenges? We are not competitors. We are not competitors. UNCCI is not a competitor of any private sector Apex institution. We are doing the same thing. It is high time we come together and work. We do advocacy. Siatini does advocacy. You can see we are together here. Are we not together? And that is what we need to do going forward. Some of our members at the Chamber of Commerce are also members of other Apex institutions. For example, Private Sector Foundation. Another one, Uganda Manufacturers Association. All of us are working towards the same goal. So let us team up. Let us get somewhere where we can make it, because once we succeed together. So in short, what I'm trying to ask you is that come to us, let us see what we can do. Second, lastly, I know I'm taking a lot of time. Chamber of Commerce issues something called Certificate of Origin. Have you heard of it? Now, we issue that Certificate of Origin. And we have been registering a lot of complaints for forgery. So we're working on improving it. Now, that is one of the edge that you have. Should you want to go out with your Apex institutions or with your business, once you get recommendation from the Chamber of Commerce of Uganda, you are free to go anywhere. We have witnesses here. We write because the chambers work in collaboration with others. We have the Chamber of Commerce in Uganda, National Chamber of Commerce. We have this one. You remember we signed the one for Algeria the other time? Were you there? United Arab Emirates, we signed. We have over I think, 80 MOUs that we have signed with other countries to enable us trade with them using commerce very well. But unfortunately, many of us who are involved in business are not aware of it. We are all under the Ministry of Trade, and I'm very happy our boss is here. They're really struggling a lot. If you went there and you get quite a number of things that the Ministry of Trade is doing to enable our environment to be okay and compete outside, you'll just be amazed. The problem, I believe, which is with us, all of us, and the ministry, is that we have not been able to drum so much. We have not been able to make it so loud. So I think with this today, let us try to be very proactive. We are not going to keep on following you because we do not know all of you. I'll be happy if my staff keep on running up and down because of your requests. You ask them anything and everything about trade. And if there's anything, the ministry is there, the CIATIN is there, other development partners are there. With all these long, boring statements that I've made, please allow me to say thank you for coming. And with this, I will call my colleague from CIATIN to come and say a word.
Thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, once again. I'm so happy to be here. I would like to recognize maybe our commissioner from Ministry of Trade and our partners, Uganda Chamber of Commerce. The rest, I recognize that we are all very great people here. I won't mention one by one, but all protocol observed. I would like to first of all appreciate the partnership between CIATIN and the Uganda Chamber of Commerce. CIATIN, we work on policy issues. You know, we are not in the trenches. But Uganda Chamber of Commerce, you work on policy, but you also have members who do trade. Madam Birigwa, who do the real work. You know, for me, that's where the importance of the partnership comes from. That our policies have to be relevant to the practical. You know, in fact, the policies have to be crafted from below because the policies have to work for us. And we'll come to that when we are looking at the competition policy and the investment policy. The competition policy for the European Union will not be the same as the competition policy for Uganda because we are at the different level of development. Okay? So the policies have to work for us. And it's you who are in the trenches, who are exporting, who are in services, who know that this policy doesn't work, that we need such a policy. So for me, I'm happy about this partnership, that our policies and our policy initiative are not just academic, that we need that policy, yet it can't work. Thank you so much, Mr. Olanya, for educating us about commerce and trade. In fact, I didn't know that link between commerce and trade. And I think it's really important to understand that linkage and the value chain of trade, because commerce is part of that. So it's important that we continue educating ourselves. In CIATIN, we believe that a country like Uganda, we can trade our way out of poverty. We can. I don't see why Uganda as a country and Ugandans as a people should be poor. I don't understand that. You know, if we can be able to put our house in order. And the CFTA provides such a market. We need markets to trade. We need our domestic market. We need regional markets. We need continental markets. We need global markets, But trade is about a product, a specific product, a specific service, and a market, And that's where we have failed to make those ends meet. That sometimes we produce, but not for any market. We produce, things go to somewhere, they are brought back. The standard is poor, So we need to work on that linkage between the product and the market. And we usually say in Siatini, you start from the market. Most often we start with production. That produce moringa, moringa you produce. What moringa for what market? Because any moringa for the different markets will be different. So we need to start from the market and then work backwards. There are some markets where you can be able to say, that one, we leave it. We won't manage it. But this one, we can be able to manage because of the quality and the quantity, So we need to work backwards. But at the end of that day, we need to organize the way we trade, the way we produce, the entire commerce, the entire value chain, the policies. And that's why we are here to look at the CFTA. We need all the markets we can have. Some people are talking about AGOA and saying, we don't need AGOA. We need all the markets. From the domestic market, we should guard our markets jealously. From the domestic market to the regional market, whatever market we get, we should guard it jealously. So the CFTA, it's there, but we need to understand what's the CFTA? What are the actual markets out there? When people talk about markets, a market it has to be one market, one product. Another market, another product, So when we talk about the CFTA, we need to understand more. What do we have? What are the markets there? What are the opportunities? What are the challenges? And that's why we want to go practically into the trading, the guided trade initiative. Trade has started under the CFTA. I had some exporters. Are they exporting? The first route, we are not there. But the second route, I don't know. The commissioner will tell us, where are we? And the exporters will tell us, can we be able to be part of that second or third consignment? Another practical issue we want to look at is the implementation strategy. There is an implementation strategy in place. I don't know whether it has been launched or it's there, but we need it. We need that implementation strategy. But we need also to agree. Do we need to have an implementation strategy for CFTA, an implementation strategy for AGOA, an implementation strategy for the ESC market, or do we look at one strategy, export strategy? We need to look at that also. But at the end of the day, what we want to look at are the practical challenges and how we can be able to address those challenges. And I know the commissioner is here. He will tell us what is happening, but we're also going to tell him what we want to take to government so that we can be able to trade better. Lastly, today is ESC Day, isn't it? ESC Day. We need regional value chains. We need to trade within the region. And when you look at the CFTA, the regional economic communities were supposed to be, in fact, the building blocks to the larger market. So we need to look at practically what's happening to our regional market. How can we use it as a launching pad to be able to go to those bigger markets? But at the end of the day, For us, we believe we can be able to trade our way out of poverty, and we can use the CFTA to be able to do that. I welcome you to this very, very important meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jane Nalunga, and the Secretary General of the National Chamber of Commerce. I also want to extend apologies from the President of the Chamber, Ms. Olive Chigongo, Madam Olive Chigongo. She's unable to make it, but she sends her regards, and she would have very much loved to be here, but due to unavoidable circumstances, she couldn't make it. We shall take your regards. We hope that you also expected to see her here, but we shall try our best to hold her in brief. Now that we've listened to the powerful message from our Secretary General and from Siatini, I think two key things stand out for me. One of them being understanding the trade value chain, and the SG, is always trying to make us understand that it's not trade, it's commerce. And then for us, we are saying, no, it's trade and investment. But I think together we get to a certain level of understanding what exactly it has to be. And then on the issue of the ESC as a regional block to the AfCFTA, we're glad we have someone from the Ministry of ESC, Mr. Matia. I think by and large, we know where we want to be. So I think we need to be the voices of where we want to be. How can we, like Madam Jane spoke about it, how can we trade our way out of poverty? We need to address those barriers. We need to be able to front them and say, if this is put out of the way, then we're able to trade and we're not affected. We now want to get into the first session to set the pace. The team, the communication team, Huntington, I don't know if our presenter is ready. Maybe if we cannot get our presenter online, then we would move to the next session. But let's hope that we're able to get. Maybe as we're trying to fix it, we could take introductions from our colleagues that came in after we had done the round of introductions, so that we get to know more about them.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Matia Etedo from Ministry of East African Community Affairs. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jane Fatim Betwida. I head Finance and Administration, Uganda National Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Bernard Isiko. I work with the Feed the Future Institutional System Strengthening Activity. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Aaron Atamba is my name, and I work with IST. My specific work is research and policy. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Emmanuel Ngolove from the National Alliance of Agricultural Cooperatives. I work as a head of operations on farmer institutional development. Thank you.
Thank you. Are we able to have the presenter online? Okay, I think we're finding difficulties to get our presenter online. We will have to move to the next session, but gladly, the first session was to really set the pace, let us know where we are in terms of the AfCFTA negotiations, and we're hoping to have someone from the Secretariat, but in an event we are unable to do that, we believe that our commissioner who has been in charge of the negotiations can still be able to take us through that discussion. I see he has moved out, so maybe we can just give him a minute. In the meantime, we have coffee ready, and you can always pick a cup of coffee as and when you feel like. And we also want to extend our sincere appreciation to some of our other partners, like USAID, Feed the Future, and we thank you for coming and also supporting us in the different ways that you have supported us. So maybe as we wait for the commissioner to return, we could take a short break of maybe 5 minutes, and when he gets back to the room, then we can kickstart our session. Um, I think we can start our next session. We can continue to have the tea as the session goes on. And we're still trying to get our presenter online, but we have decided that we move to the next session. And if he's able to connect along the way, then we'll be able to give him some minute to, share with us. Okay, I would like to bring the house in order. Okay, so we will move into the next session, and we'll have our Commissioner of Trade from the Ministry of Trade give a presentation. And since we've not had an opportunity to have the AfCFTA Secretariat first, would like you to start at a point of just really setting the pace, especially to speak about the state of play for the negotiations, which I believe is well known to you, but would also want to get deeper into the status of the negotiations, and beyond that, to look at the AfCFTA at large, opportunities and challenges that you see in the implementation of the AfCFTA. Like the ED of Siatini mentioned, that we are anticipating to be part of the second GTI, to also get to hear maybe some of the lessons from the guided trade initiative. And lastly, from you really to speak more about the status and the operationalization of the national and regional AfCFTA strategy. So if you can be able to speak about all the different issues, and I think then in the next session, we will have a more specific discussion where we get to look at some of the key protocols, especially competition and investment, and then we can open up the discussion to the plenary. Thank you so much, Mr. Okot Richard, and please come and take the floor.
Good morning. Good morning, colleagues. First and foremost, let me thank the National Chamber of Commerce and Industry for ably organizing this meeting to bring us together to have yet another engagement focusing on trade matters. I also, in the same vein, extend my sincere gratitude to Siatini for all that they are doing and continue to do in ensuring that we have a conducive environment that facilitates trade, not only within the country, but across the region. I think my brother Olanya mentioned something that is very interesting. It takes me back to my O-level stage when we were talking about commerce thing, which is aid to trade. I think the better part of it is the aid to trade aspect, which essentially is about the environment under which trade works. And it keeps on expanding and getting more perhaps dynamic as we move to now artificial intelligence environment. But where are we there? So I think that one is a very important discussion that we need to take forward. So it's not just the policies, not just the infrastructure, it's not the regulatory framework, nor are they the institutional capabilities, but now the IT solution that comes with it that creates the difference between you and your competitor. So colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I prepared a presentation. I don't see where it is, but that is just a presentation. The presentation itself is in my brain. I'm supposed to give you the state of play in the negotiation and implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. And then take you through the national and the regional strategies that are supposed to give us the direction that we should take in implementing this important agreement. In terms of the agreement, I don't want to go into this. We already know. We have 47 countries that have already submitted their offers. EAC, we are done with ours, category A, which it's also now gazetted. When you look at the EAC Gazette of June 29th, you should be able to see it there, detailing all the products that Uganda will, after 10 years, reach zero tariff for all countries within the Africa. That is the 55 countries that are part of the AfCFTA. But not all the 55 have ratified the agreement. So far, we have only also 47 that have ratified the agreement. So we have got about 8 countries that are yet to, actually 9, that are yet to ratify the agreement. Those are the countries: Comoros, Djibouti, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Libya, Mozambique, Somalia, Sahrawi Republic, and Sudan. How many people know Sahrawi Republic? Sahrawi Republic. Our geography. Okay, this is one of the very few small countries that are still struggling to gain full independence, but originally it's called the West Sahara. It's part of Morocco. Don't quote me. Geographically, it is part of Morocco, but under the African Union, it's now recognized as an independent state. So that is Sahrawi Republic, then Sudan. But you will realize something that ran through all this. If you're keen enough, you'll see that the issue of stability is a factor that affects all the countries that are listed there. Most of them are not very stable. And trade, generally, as my senior brother said, where you have instability, stability is not an aid to trade. It is actually a counter to trade. So that is why you have that problem. So in terms of the overall ratification, signing, and tariff offers, that is where we are. 47 countries have ratified. 47 tariff offers have been submitted by those countries. And that also applies to trade in services, which is the schedule of specific commitments. In terms of the protocols, there are about 5 protocols that are now secured. The protocol on trade in goods, concluded. The protocol on trade in services, concluded. The protocols on rules and procedures for settlement of dispute, that one is also concluded. Additional protocols that have also been concluded pending adoption by the head of state is digital trade, investment protocol, women and youth. Those ones have been stabilized. I mean, no more contention in their provisions. They're now ready for presentation to the Assembly of Head of States. That will be meeting in February 2024 to adopt them. we also have implementation tools that have already been concluded and are actually working. And I request that next time we meet, we need to be more practical to take you through how these tools work. That is the African Trade Observatory, very important tool. It's an online tool. If you go into that tool, you can tell where the market opportunities are, which country trade most in which products, and what are the regulatory environment for exporting your product in that market. That is a very important tool. We have also another tool which has been concluded. It's called the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System. The good thing about this payment system is it eliminates the need for a dollar or any other intermediary currency when trading. So if you buy goods from somebody in Ghana, you pay it in Uganda shillings, that person receives that money in their Ghanaian cedis. No need for the dollar to do your exchange. And one of the biggest problems that we've been having in the continent is the requirement for the dollar for you to trade. That's been a very big problem. So countries that don't have the dollars can't trade. Literally, you can't trade because you need the dollar for you to determine the currency, the transaction exchange. So this eliminates the needs for the dollar. And this is a very good innovation for the African continent and to boost intra-Africa trade. So that when I'm trading with a colleague in Nigeria, we don't need the dollar in order for us to transact, okay? And that has been a big problem. I think recently you must have heard Kenya couldn't buy a certain product because they didn't have the dollars. They had to go to Tanzania to get dollars in order for them to be able to get the products in their country. It's a big inconvenience. It's a stumbling block. We don't need it, okay? Then we have the non-tariff monitoring and elimination mechanism. When you reduce custom duties on products, the one thing that comes up immediately are the non-tariff barriers that countries use to protect their markets. And they come in different phases. Some of them are technical packaging requirements. Some of them are sanitary and phytosanitary requirements that makes your product not go into that particular market. If you are going to export your product to North Africa, which is basically Algeria, Morocco, Tunisia, and those Arab countries, you cannot escape labeling your products in Arabic. Otherwise, it will not go there because they will not understand the content of your product. So if you don't do that and they stop your product, then perhaps, or they may fidget with certain technical requirements and content and stop your product from going there. So these are some of the things that perhaps we need to watch out. And that is why they brought in that instrument to help us in identifying, monitoring, and removing those non-tariff barriers that are and affect movements of goods across the region. EAC, we know it, it's still there. NTBs never go away. By the way, sometimes NTB, you need to look at it from the other side. Nothing is essentially bad. Without NTBs, regional agreement may not even stand. So somewhere, somehow, they're like anti-shocks that people put to maneuver and wriggle themselves within the agreement. I'm just only giving you the other perspective that you didn't know. Then we have the tariff, the e-tariff book. All the countries that have submitted their tariff have their tariff already in the e-tariff book. So if you want to export a product say to South Africa, you need first and foremost to check in the tariff book. What are the taxes that South Africa is charging on this particular product? Is it one of the products that is under category A, which is 0, or is it under category B, which is sensitive, or is it under category C, which is excluded? It is very important to know the e-tariff book. And the e-tariff book gives you the essential information that you need to know the opportunity that is in that market. If you have more product, will be given preferential treatment. Then the other one is what they call the rules of origin manual. Rules of origin is the pivotal mechanism in every regional trade agreement. It is the tool that allows you to grant preferential treatment to products. And the products that you are trading in, for you to be able to extend preferential treatment to that product, it must meet the requirements and the rules of origin. And these are the things that we need to go deeper in understanding. I hope we are together. We have had about 3 trainings that go deeper into understanding how you use rules of origin, the mechanics. The product must be wholly obtained from Africa. The product, if not wholly obtained, must have undergone substantial transformation, processing in Africa. Or the other one is change in tariff headings. So there are rules that governs. You cannot get a product from China and then trade it under the AfCFTA framework. No, it's not allowed. It must be an African product. And the need for it is simply to advance trading among us ourselves, products that we grow ourselves, and then also to increase on our industrialization, adding value addition. It will be cheaper for me to get raw materials semi-processed from Botswana and bring it to Uganda and add value to it and trade it across the continent without any hindrance. And that will boost trading among us ourselves. It will eventually lead to regional value chain development and transformation of our economy. Essentially, that is the mechanics that has been inbuilt in the rules of origin to boost intra-African trade, to promote regional value chain, and then create more jobs, opportunities for our people. So these are the tools that I'm talking about already ready. Then in trading services, we have equally the same numbers of schedules of tariff offers that have been submitted. And for for trading services, the sectors that have been opened for liberalization are 5, the initial 5. That is professional services, that is for the lawyers, for the accountants, the doctors, engineers, IT experts, nurses and midwives. Those ones are open. The second sector is financial sector, which includes insurance, banking, and microfinance. Those ones are also open. I'll give the rationale why they chose the 5. The other one is transport sector. That one is also open. Transport includes motor vehicle, rail, air, and the like. Then the other one is communication, where you find the telecommunications, the couriers, postal, and the rest. That one is also open. Then tourism, a sector. That one is also open. Now, the rationale for the Assembly of Heads of States picking those 5 sectors is simply just one. These are the enablers of trade that the Secretary General talked about. They facilitate trade. You need to communicate to do business. You need to transport your products. You need to, have the professionals move and create value. You need money to transact. So the finance sector and the rest. So those are the key enablers for trade. That is why we have the 5 sectors prioritized for liberalization under trade in services. And we are already in the process of starting to develop what we call the regulatory cooperation framework, so that we harmonize the various, unlike trade in goods, where you regulate using taxes. For trade in services, they use regulations and technical requirements. So for you as an engineer or a lawyer to leave Uganda and practice in Ghana, we must have what they call mutual recognition agreements that recognizes your qualification and experience and all other technical requirements for you to practice there. And that requires more work in terms of agreeing on the criteria, and then of course the numbers that should be allowed. So those are more work to be done, and it's going to be subsector by subsector, subsector by subsector, and bilaterally. So we are still going to engage in terms of meeting the different sectors that we have a great potential in, the doctors, the lawyers, the architects, and the rest. So that is for trade in services. So basically, as I speak right now, there are quite a lot of work that is going on in trying to conclude the negotiations. As I speak right now, there is a workshop in Nairobi, which is building capacity for the private sector to understand a competition policy protocol. It will end on 1st. We have a meeting for a conference for women and youth that will be taking place in Dar es Salaam the first week of December. We also have a meeting of subcommittee on trading, SPS and TBT, that will be taking place also in Dar es Salaam the second week, I think the first week also of December. Then we have the 12th Council of Ministers of African Trade under the AfCFTA, also meeting in Dar es Salaam to wrap up all this other work that is going on in different sectors of the negotiations, in readiness to presenting it to the head of state in February next year. So that is what is going on. So the pending work is on digital trade, and then with investment protocols has been sorted out. It was just only two words that it created discontent, and it was from South Africa. Just and equitable, then fair and adequate. It was rendering the entire protocol to delay. And you need to go back to the the history of South Africa for you to appreciate why they were so vehemently opposed to using the words just and equitable. Instead, they opted that should be fair and adequate because of the Black Empowerment Act, which is in their constitution. So you cannot use the word equitable. It goes against their constitution. So that is the state of play as it is at the moment. I want to go to the second aspect of what is obtaining at the moment. We have an initiative called the Guided Trade Initiative. The Guided Trade Initiative is an initiative by the African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat. And the background is that in 2022, when the Council adopted 29 tariff offers, inclusive of EAC, there was need to ensure that meaningful trading starts based on those provisional offers. So they issued the first ministerial directive on application of those provisional offers that were agreed upon by the state parties, that they can now, based on the 29 offers, provisionally start trading amongst themselves. Because COVID and other related problems had hindered the start of trading, which was supposed to have commenced in 2020. So in 2021, they said, no, we have to move. And then in 2022, that is when they came up with this initiative. Initially, it was about 7 countries that participated in it. Rwanda, Tanzania, Kenya, Seychelles, Egypt, and others participated in the Guided Trade Initiative. The Guided Trade Initiative is simply, in terms of its objective, is to test the readiness of the private sector to begin trading. And readiness means a lot of things. That is, do you understand the agreement? Do you understand, do you have in place the necessary documentations, procedures, and system in place at customs level? Do you have all the logistics that should enable you to trade your products? And to test and then to reassure the private sector that the systems are in place and that you can now start trading. Then they set up a committee that should handle that. And that committee's work is simply to do one thing, to match, make. You link up businesses in Uganda who want to export to their desired export destination, and then contact the committee on the other side, and then link the two together. And then you begin negotiating in terms of the price, in terms of quantity, and then other related logistics, including qualities and other packaging issues. Then you export. Under that arrangement, Rwanda exported coffee and tea. Kenya exported car batteries. Tanzania wanted to export watermelon and others, but then they couldn't, so they did not export any. I'll give the reasons why. What did we learn from this? The report that eventually came after undertaking an assessment of the performance. One was, without any surprise, the issue of logistics, infrastructure, and their connectivity and related costs. Kenya, for its battery to reach Ghana, which was the final destination, it took them 3 months. Doesn't make business sense for your product to be held up in transit for 3 months. 2, the cost was very high. 3, the connectivity aspect, which is related to cost and time, is that there was no direct route for the product to go straight to Accra. It had to go the other way around via Singapore to connect to Accra, and that was a problem. Two, the sizes of our produce. Imagine exporting watermelon from Dar es Salaam to Nigeria. You perhaps need a whole ship for yourself. And when you do the cost-benefit analysis, it will be like you're doing charity. You will not make any, you will not even recover the cost of producing that watermelon. So that is where we have problems. So most of our products are agricultural. They are bulky, semi-processed. Right? They're bulky agricultural products that are semi-processed. And it earns also low value. So you need very big quantities in order for you to break even before even making profit. I one time had a very interesting visitor who came to my office. He said he wanted to export charcoal to Nigeria. He said yes, that he got a very good deal. Then I said, are you sure? He said, yes, a very good deal. That was around 2018. Then I said, fine and good. How much are they paying you? They're paying $10 per kilo. I said, that sounds good. So he got so excited about the $10 per kilo. So I think he must have roughly looked around and seen the charcoal in Kampala going at that time around 30,000. He said, I'm going to make a big kill out of this. Then I asked him one thing. You first go and do for me 3 things. How much, where you're going to get the charcoal from. 2, how you're going to take it to Nigeria in terms of transportation. And then you calculate per sack, per kilo, how much you need to pay and all that. So he disappeared. He came after about 2 weeks. I asked him, my friend, what is going on? Forget about that business. Forget about that business. I am not a charity man. I will be making losses right from the word go. Then I told him, yes, that is the issue. So the point I'm driving here is simply one, that for us to be able to meaningfully trade, commercially meaningfully trade, we really have to add value to our product, to increase on their prices and reduce on their weight, and then be able to make some money out of it. That is one thing. The other aspect that came out also very clearly is the kind of our businesses that we have. Almost 70 to 80% are SMEs. And all of them have one thing in common: high cost, low volume, and inconsistency in supply, quality, packaging, and unrelated problems. And then that puts them at a very big disadvantage, because export trade has got its own standards that you must be able to meet your orders, and you must be able to supply consistently, and then you must meet the standards. And that's a big problem. And it is not only in few countries across the continent. That is a big problem. And it's disadvantaging us. So what happened after that? We had to have serious meetings at the AfCFTA level, state parties, and to see how best this can be overcome. And the solution that was arrived at is to ensure that we have first and foremost what we call aggregation facilities. Aggregation facilities, warehouses that you could have it at regional levels, depending on how convenient they are, that can enable aggregation of products. And in that facility, you'll be able to do the cleaning of the products. You'll be able to do the grading of the products. You'll be able to do packaging of the products. Transport logistics will be now at one point for export purposes. That solves a lot of problems. At the moment, if you are to say want to export 200 metric tons of maize, for you to realize that you will have to travel the entire villages, picking 20 kilos here, 20 bags there, 40 bags somewhere, like that. And perhaps you don't even know where to store them. There are few entities that have that kind of huge facilities, like for the later Ponye. But that is for one. What about for the other small enterprises who don't have such facilities? So that is essential. It has to be done. But having the aggregation is simply one. You need an entity that should manage that. We had a meeting late October with Chamber of Commerce, Uganda Manufacturers Association, and Private Sector Foundation, and PASIT, that is Presidential Advisory Committee on Trade and Industrialization, to see how best we can come up with an entity that can help, which is called the aggregators. Give it name that you want. In Kenya, they call it the National Trading Enterprises. In Rwanda, they have a different name. Morocco, they have different names. We need to have. And then what should be the composition, structure, and the legal configuration of that? Certainly, the aggregation facilities require some bit of money. And certainly, you will need government involvement. So the agreement is that perhaps the best way forward is to have a public-private partnership approach towards having that kind of entity. I'm still waiting for the report from the three entities on what they've agreed on in terms of the entity that should manage this, to take it forward. So that is in terms of what we need to do going forward. Now, what are the opportunities that are there within the African Continental Free Trade Area? Opportunities are big, but like they say, opportunities are only as good as your readiness. If you are not ready, the opportunity will just pass you by. So we need to be ready. So what are the opportunities? I'm happy you had an MOU with Algerian. And I should tell you that the Algerian work was done within the GTI, the Guided Trade Initiative. We initiated that we needed to have a discussion with Algeria. And the good thing, I think the president went there and everything was tied up and more follow-up came in. I want to show you that just a simple thing. In 2021, that is what Algeria imported from the rest of the world. We are here crying, Kenya is blocking our milk. Kenya is doing what? Look at that. It's 1.27 billion worth of milk products. And Algeria is the second largest importer of that in the whole world. That is only Algeria. But the whole of North Africa combined, they import huge quantities of dairy and dairy products. So you're talking about, and not only are they just big importers, they are big passes. Morocco is a huge market. Google and find out their per capita. Per capita is huge. The same applies to Tunisia. They have high per capita income. Market is not about numbers, but it's about effective numbers. Uganda, we are huge. Population is big, but the markets are tatters. So one time I was talking to a Kenyan friend. I said, but you're blocking our milk. Say, but your population is almost like ours. Why are you not drinking your milk? We developed the habit of drinking milk for a long time, starting from nursery. But for us, I think very few take milk, and the reasons are obvious. So this market that I'm talking about are real market with huge per capita income. And you only need to get the right logistics in place to be able to take advantage, full advantage of them. And I'm happy that, I hope you're following up on the MOU that you've signed. There is huge market opportunities there. And they came here, they saw your products. So the products they're interested in are coffee, tea, dairy products, fruits and vegetables. Avocados, bananas, mangoes, they don't have because it is a dry area, it's an arid area. They need those things. We only have problem with Khartoum. Khartoum, at one time we had a meeting with them before the situation got out of hand. They were ready to take all the avocados from Uganda. By the way, our biggest importer of coffee, Sudan, Khartoum. Although they take the coffee there, process it, and then they were selling it to North Africa, Algeria, Tunisia, and Morocco, which we could do the same. We could have done it ourselves. So we have huge opportunities there. Nigeria, in 2020, imported that amount of milk. I'm only giving you just small examples. So we have huge opportunities there. Pharmaceutical, Nigeria imported 1 trillion. We are building and becoming one of the best in the pharmaceutical sector. Our CIPLA, Quality Chemicals, is doing wonderful jobs, and I think others are coming up. During COVID time, we used to go for the negotiations in Ghana. COVIDex was a big thing. And a lot of it actually, people were telling us, you will carry in bags and bags, but it was all going. So we have huge potential in terms of pharmaceuticals. We only need to build the capacity and improve on the quality and the ranges of those products. So we really have huge potential. In the textile and garment, we need to have been having, actually there's another meeting which is going on to conclude rules of origin for textile and automobile. And it is, our technical team is from NITIL, heading that. So we have a technical working group at African Continental Free Trade Area, and a colleague from NITIL is participating in it, to come up with rules that would help us to develop regional value chain. When you look at the profile of the products that's coming from NITIL, we still haven't gone so much beyond the yarn and coloring. So a lot still goes unexploited. So we are still in the uniforms, material for making uniforms, material for, they are now also doing bandages and other stuff. And unfortunately, the cotton isn't enough. We are importing some of the things from outside, from China. So the textile is one of the sector that has a very, very exponential ability to transform the economy because it employs very many people. It has the longest value chain, and it's one of the heavily traded products across the globe. But Africans are only participating at the lower end. The cotton, the yarn, the few things, which earns low. But the other aspect, the higher part of the chain, is dominated by US, China, and Europe. That is where the garments and other aspects, that is where the big money is. So we need to have that transformation. In Africa, it is Southern Africa, North Africa, and Egypt, and partly a bit of Kenya that are actually in the garment. And they're getting a lot of money. Not only from within, but also AGOA. So we have not gained so much because we need to develop that sector. We are working to see that the textile strategy, the Pan-African textile strategy, which is called from cotton to garment, brings with it an increased regional value chain, so that Africa depends more on materials that are from within than relying on materials from outside the continent. And that can only be achieved through development of regional value chain. So these are the areas. So in terms of market, we have the opportunities are huge in the North African states, which is Morocco, Tunisia, and Algeria. That's what we are targeting. At least we have already had now serious engagement with Algeria. We want to move to Tunisia, Morocco, then Tunisia last. Tunisia is last because Tunisia, we already have Tunisia in COMESA. Okay? So the next one is Morocco. Then West Africa, we have identified Ghana, Nigeria. Those are the first two countries that we are going to focus on. And you are not going to be surprised why Uganda Airlines is now starting to go to Nigeria. Everything is linked up. So it's to ensure that we now get a foothold in the West African market. Initially, Nigeria and Ghana. Then in the Southern African states, we are focusing South Africa, Botswana, Lesotho, and then Swatini. Why am I mentioning these countries? Because I want to tell you that most of these countries that I've not mentioned are either in EAC or in COMESA. Okay? Either already in EAC or COMESA. And we're already dealing with them in COMESA or EAC. So the AfCFTA, in essence, I'm trying to tell you that it is just an additional market to what we already had. So those additional markets are those markets in West Africa, those markets in North Africa, and those markets in South Africa that I've highlighted here. I know somebody is going to say, why are we going AfCFTA when we have COMESA, we have EAC, we have tripartite? Now that is the logic. It is additional. And in marketing, it's about diversification. You don't rely on just one market. You all know what is happening with AGOA. So if we had put all our eggs in AGOA, you would be crying now. So we are comfortable because whether AGOA locks, we can still go and trade elsewhere. But AGOA does not mean the American market is closed, okay? What is closed is just the preferences. You can trade under they call it MFN. So it is not really that it's closed, it's only the preferences which have been closed. So those are additional markets that we need, and the point that we are talking about is diversification. With South Africa, we have already had about 2 engagements, also on a bilateral basis. We had a team that went to South Africa, I think you all remember. Then the South African team also came here. And there are a number of products that we have agreed upon for prioritizing for export between South Africa and Uganda. I think we shall need to have more engagement on this. So that is essentially what it is. In terms of the market, I've already given you the markets where we have serious export interest in. I've given you the key products. They're there: coffee, tea, dairy, poultry and poultry products, fish and fish products, fruits and vegetables, cereal, leather and leather products, and spices. Not that we are not interested in others, no. These are just priorities. The others can even be more, may earn even more money. So we welcome you with whatever innovation and whatever products that you have for exporting under the AfCFTA. Challenges, I've already highlighted it under the GTI. But there is one challenge which is a technical challenge which I want you to understand. One is that the modalities for liberalizing trade in goods, like I told you, 90%, 7% sensitive, and then 3% excluded. So analysis that has been done shows a little bit of problems. The products that have been heavily loaded in the 90% are products that we don't trade in as Africans. We don't even produce some, like military tanks, like military fighter jets, heavy earth-moving equipment. We don't produce them. So all the products, almost like 99% of the products that are put under category D for all the countries under category A are products that were already even 0% in tariffs, or we don't produce or trade in them. Now, the products that we really trade in them, we have locked them up under sensitive and excluded products. But as I speak right now, I think on 14th, 15th, we're going to have a national consultation. As EAC, we already have convergence on those 2 categories. For category B, we already have convergence on 839 tariff lines that should go under category B. Then for category C, so far there are 87 products that is agreed across the region to be offered under those 2 categories to open up. Otherwise, if we continue locking them, we are not going to trade. And other countries are doing the same. And it is from that we can now actively and aggressively engage in trading, in real meaningful commercial trading. So that is what is going on in terms of unlocking the remaining 10%. We hope that by end of January, we'll have concluded that, so that by the time the summit meets in February, that can be sorted out. I want to conclude by saying that we have great potential as a country to trade under the AfCFTA. We only need to build the competence, the necessary infrastructure, and the capabilities to enable us to take our products there. That is all we need to do. So I thank you for listening, and the questions, clarification, I'll be around. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for really that broad information. I think really, if any one of us came to this room and, you know, we had quite a lot of questions, at least now we have some bit of clarity, and we'll have an opportunity to ask some of the questions, but we would want to quickly move into the next session because our presenter is already online. And then after he has finished, we can open up and have some questions. Okay, so we have Prudence Sebahizi. Prudence is the Director, Institutional Matters and Programs Coordination at the AfCFTA. Prudence, if you can hear us, please signal to us and let us know, and then we'll hand over to you. We can hear you, but it is, I don't know, the team here in communication needs to help us out because the voice is so low. Maybe you just put a microphone there. Yeah, we can hear you clearly. We can hear you clearly now. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Let me start. we have ECAS and many others. So what AfCFTA is we're rather building on what has been achieved already, and also making sure that we deepen that integration that we have already achieved at regional level. If I can give you one example, if a trader from Uganda has been enjoying the market in Africa by exporting to Kenya, by exporting to Tanzania, of course, because the market is limited, that product might face a lot of competition in the future. But with AfCFTA, the same exporter will have the opportunity to also tap into a market in Nigeria, a market in Tunisia, a market in Ghana, which gives him more room to grow, which gives him more room to expand his export base, and which also creates more benefit because the competition, when the market is big, then the competition gets lower and lower. So that's the intention of the AfCFTA. We are not removing anything that is there. We are just adding value to what we already have. Then the next aspect which I want to cover in my presentation is to quickly give you an update on where we are. The scope of the AfCFTA market is very big in terms of what are the underpinning rules that will govern the AfCFTA. We have a protocol on trade in goods, which covers a big range of areas like non-tariff barriers, trade facilitation, sanitary and phytosanitary measures, and many other areas under trade in goods, which are governed by that protocol with its own 9 annexes. Then we have a protocol on trade in services, which also governs all the existing service sectors. Currently, we have prioritized 5 service sectors: telecommunication, financial services, business services, transport, and also tourism services. But other sectors will also follow, which include like construction, engineering, and many other services, education, health, that will support the market. Then we have the protocol on intellectual property rights, which will protect innovators. We have a protocol on investment, which will ensure that investments in all those African countries is protected and also is regulated. It will make easier for investors either from Africa or from outside Africa to come and invest in one country and also expand their businesses in all other countries. Then we have a protocol on competition policy, which will ensure the business practices are regulated to ensure there is no risk of having cartels, there is no risk of having unfair competition in the AfCFTA market. We have 2 more protocols which are almost concluded. We hope by next February, this protocol will go to the heads of state. We have the protocol on digital trade and also the protocol on women and youth in trade. So in terms of scope, you can see the legal framework of the AfCFTA is very wide. And when you go into details of each of those protocols, you realize that AfCFTA has almost covered all rules and regulations that can apply to any business community that wants to trade within Africa. Countries have already endorsed the AfCFTA. As I said, we have 55 countries, out of which 54 have already signed the agreement. with exception of only one country that is still consulting. And we also have 47 countries that have ratified the agreement, meaning that they have been able to take the agreement through their national parliamentary processes, their national consultations. They have got buy-in by their national stakeholders, and they are ready to implement the agreement. Almost technical negotiations have been concluded on tariff liberalization, on rules of origin, and just a few areas are still under consultation, especially how to liberalize the market of auto industry and textile and clothing. Otherwise, all other products that can be traded apart from automotive and textile can enjoy benefits of the AfCFTA. On trade and services, there are two important areas that have to be covered. One, each country has to remove restrictions in those sectors of services. If, for example, telecommunication, each country will show how a telecom company can come and invest and expand the network to other African countries. Let's say if you have your SIM card of MTN Uganda, how can that SIM card get network wherever you are in all the members of the AfCFTA with no extra charges of roaming? That's what the liberalization is trying to address. And also, we are trying to harmonize all the regulatory frameworks in those service sectors, where, for example, if you have a bank in one country, then you are able to expand branches in all other countries with the same terms and conditions as the ones in the country where you have the headquarters. As I said, the two additional protocols on digital trade and women and youth in trade are expected to be submitted to the Council of Ministers, which we are actually planning early next month. And then we take them to the Assembly in February next year. All other protocols have already been adopted by heads of state. We are only pushing for their full implementation. Now, the AfCFTA is a process. We have a comprehensive institutional framework that has negotiated the agreement, but will also ensure those agreements are implemented. Everything that has to get political endorsement, it has to go to the Assembly of Heads of State and Government, but most of the other policies are approved by the Council of Ministers, which is a Council of Ministers responsible for trade. And we have the Committee of Senior Trade Officials, which is made of permanent secretaries of all the members of AfCFTA. And we have different committees. We have different committees in all technical sectors of the market, and those committees and subcommittees meet regularly to make sure that there is smooth implementation of their respective agreements. We have a dispute settlement body in the AfCFTA. If there is any dispute in the market, countries will not have to take it to WTO, they will not have to take it outside Africa. Any issue that can arise among two African countries will have to be resolved within AfCFTA dispute settlement mechanism. We also have AfCFTA Secretariat, which is based in Ghana, which coordinates all the activities of the AfCFTA market, which makes sure that all the committees and subcommittees and other institutions of the AfCFTA operate. So in terms of institutional architecture, of the AfCFTA. That's how it is crafted. We have committees on each and every protocol, and we also have subcommittees on each and every annex to the protocol. That's why you have like committee on women and youth in trade, committee on competition policy, committee on training services, committee on training goods, and so on and so forth. I just want to give you that clarity. I will share with you the slides, but these committees meet whenever there is a problem. They can meet physically or virtually, but there's no problem that can arise and there is a gap in the institutional architecture to resolve it. I mentioned the dispute settlement mechanism, which has the dispute settlement body and the appellate body. Any issue that will arise within AfCFTA will have to be resolved within this mechanism. More importantly, we have AfCFTA national implementation committees. There is a summit decision for all countries to establish the national implementation committees. If you can look at this, the AfCFTA national implementation committees are going to make it easier for all national stakeholders to address their issues at national level. If you have the private sector, you have the civil society, you have academia, you have researchers, you have government institutions, all of them have to come together within the National Implementation Committee, create a platform where all questions and answers can be provided. And as AfCFTA Secretariat, we get closely, we work closely with those existing national implementation committees on any technical assistance that will be required, on any information that will be required, on any correspondence that will be required that is destined to the stakeholders. Currently, we have about 25 countries that have already established those committees. We are monitoring and encouraging all other countries to have those committees because that's where there will be the focus of information sharing with all other national stakeholders who do not have chance to participate in AfCFTA meetings. We also have regional economic communities that have created their regional committees, and they have also put in place the AfCFTA implementation strategies. Let me mention that each country is supposed to develop its own national implementation strategy for AfCFTA. By developing a strategy, you make sure you look at your benefits, you look at what do you get out of AfCFTA, and then you focus on advancing those interests for each country. You look at your export potential, then you put more efforts in production of that product which you think you have comparative advantage vis-a-vis other members of the AfCFTA. So it's up to each country to decide what are the areas that I'm going to focus on. Because the scope is so wide, you cannot be competitive in these sectors. You may focus on just one. You may just focus on transport, for example, or you just focus on education and you make sure you become education hub for the entire continent. So that's the purpose of having AfCFTA national strategies, is to identify what areas do you have comparative advantage. This is probably my last slide. I do not have time to unpack it, but you will hear about operational instrument of the AfCFTA. In addition to the legal architecture that we have and AfCFTA institutions that have been established, we have different instruments that will underpin technical implementation of the AfCFTA agreement. We are creating what we call Smart AfCFTA. Smart AfCFTA is going to be a platform where we will centralize all existing information on AfCFTA for the public use. We bring in, if you are going to export from one country to another, you just go to that platform, you get everything that you need, be it the tariff book, the ESC tariff book. If you need to look at rules of origin, you will see them there. If you want to see the status of non-tariff barriers, you find it there, and many others. Secondly, there is AfCFTA Adjustment Fund, which has been established to make sure that any funds requirement and financing requirement to implement some of the AfCFTA strategies, a country or any private sector entity can go to that fund, get a concessional loan, and also make sure that they can do business that are aimed at exporting to the AfCFTA. That fund is also going to address any losses that will be incurred by any country in the process of liberalizing the market. So the existence of AfCFTA Adjustment Fund is an opportunity for both governments and also private sector. There is a Pan-African payment and settlement system. I want to put more emphasis on this one. When you do trade, for each and every transaction, you have to make a payment. Now, Africa has been facing a lot of challenges. Every year, we lose about $5 billion because of the cost of transfer of money. Why do we lose $5 billion? Is because every time you want to transfer money from one bank to the other, even if the banks are in the same city, in the same country, the money has to go through an international system, and there are charges associated to this. What the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System is going to do is to make sure, first of all, that cost of transferring money is almost brought to zero because it will be done within Africa. Secondly, the time it takes. If transferring money was taking 2 days, then the PAPS, the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, will make it easier that money can be transferred instantly. The moment you click a button, the other side can receive the transfer that you have made. Thirdly, all the transactions within PAPS are going to be made in local currency. Those who are exporting will have to pay in their local currency, will be paid in local currency, and those who are importing in local currency. So you will not have to go through changing your currency in $2 for you to be able to import within AfCFTA. And this is going to be just like the way we use mobile money. You can send money to someone and immediately the other person receives the money. So that's what PAPS is trying to address, and we want all African countries to switch into the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System. There is a list of platforms of engagement that I have put here. We have the AfCFTA Business Forum called Biashara Africa. It's a platform that has been created for private sector, and we are going to hold this business forum every year. So this is an opportunity for private sector to get constantly engaged on what AfCFTA is bringing to them. We have Intra-African Trade Fair, which is another private sector platform for investment. It is happening every 2 years, and investors who are looking for opportunities in the AfCFTA should not miss the IATF. We have the AfCFTA Youth Symposium and the AfCFTA Conference on Women in Trade. These platforms of engagement for stakeholders are very important. The AfCFTA is very inclusive. We believe youth and women contribute very much to economic activities of Africa in terms of providing employment, in terms of trade, in terms of investment through small and medium enterprises. So the Youth Symposium will enhance innovation, creativity, We bring young entrepreneurs together every year to make sure that they share experience, but also they get opportunities or potential investors who can fund their business startups or their business ideas that they will pitch into that symposium. The Women Conference is going to happen every year. It will also provide a platform for women who are in trade, especially those who are in cross-border trade, to present their issues and make sure their issues are heard and resolved by government officials. In all these platforms, we make sure we bring policymakers and we also bring our stakeholders together for them to share what they have and what they want to be addressed within the AfCFTA. So if you allow, I can stop here, and because of lack of time, I will not go into further details. I will rather request that all the questions on AfCFTA can be addressed to Mr. Richard. Richard is very knowledgeable on each and everything that I've been talking about. Make sure you make use of his presence in the room and address all the questions to him. So thank you very much for your kind attention. This is the end of my presentation. I will share the slides, of course, for those who want to read further details that are contained in my slides. Thank you. Over to you, moderator.
Thanks a lot, Prudence. That's been really insightful. And I actually wanted to let you know, Mr. Commissioner, I think last month, early October, we led a team of women to Nigeria as Uganda launched their flight. And I'm glad that there's a big team that is here today. And actually this lady here, I think got like a deal, right? There's a lady that walked to her and said, I need you to supply me honey, if I am right. And then she said, all I need is the quality. But one of the challenges was, how do we negotiate price? Because I think the other lady was saying, I'll buy at 1,800 Nairas. And then they couldn't reach an agreement because of that maybe information that is not there. And we even had to take it to Foreign Affairs to say, what do you think is the most fair price? But I think discussions like these really keep throwing more light to it. And in your presentation earlier, you noted some of the challenges. And I think when we give space to people in the room, they'll practically speak about it and some of the challenges that they meet along the way. Prudence also highlighted some of the opportunities and the initiatives, and like one of the last ones that he spoke about, the AfCFTA Conference on Women and Trade. I'm glad to have actually taken part in it last year, of course, under Siatini, and I think there is one happening in December in Tanzania. So these are some of the great opportunities, but also spaces that we can be able to have broader discussions, get to understand, and ultimately benefit from it. So like Prudence noted, that all his questions should be addressed to Richard. We will, please, as you've always been kind to us, we hope that you will be able to okay. While Prudence was speaking, he also mentioned something about the national implementation strategies. And I think even in the remarks from the ED at Siatini, she had mentioned. So I'm glad that the commissioner is also able to speak about it. And at this point, first of all, I want to call my co-moderator, Penina, who will take on the session moving forward. But we want to get some questions before we get into the deeper discussion about the protocols and the competition bill. I know that some of you have questions that are burning that you would want to raise to either Prudence specifically or to the commissioner. And then we can have just a brief questions and then have responses to them, and we'll go into the next session. I'll invite Penina to take it on from here. Thank you very much. So in case you have a question, please let us know, and then we'll get the microphone to you.
Thank you, Brenda. I didn't earlier introduce myself. My name is Penina Mbabazi. I work for Siatini, Uganda. And as earlier shared already by Brenda, we shall take a few questions because we know Mr. Sebahizi is actually having another meeting that he needs to go for, but also while he's still around, Commissioner, you can be able to help support on answering the questions. Could we have some round of questions? Okay. So just introduce yourself. If you have a business, mention and.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Zaina Nakawie. I'm a managing director of Medina Tea and at the same time a lecturer of international business at Makerere University. My question goes to him or Richard, as he said. In case of the disputes between maybe countries, for example, Uganda and Kenya, where Kenya blocked our milk or blocked our maize, where Rwanda closed her borders on us for some time. What is the remedy? Is Rwanda ever going to pay for that closing out the borders on us? Besides that, if Kenya closed her borders on us via exports of milk and fresh dairy, and others were suffering with tons of milk getting spoiled in their stores, is there a remedy? Do these countries ever pay for the damage they've caused to the other nation? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Penina and the members. First, before the question, I would like to thank all the people who have spoken, starting from the SG, my sister from Seatini, my brother, the commissioner, and then Prudence online. My name is Dr. Joseph Opul. I work as a regional director for Quality Education Consult Limited in East Africa, and then the CEO of Opul Skilling Foundation Africa. I appreciate the fact that we have youth conferences, women's summits. I don't know why they left men out. I don't know whether men are part of women or part of the youth. I wish to be guided on that. And then my brother Richard, you competently highlighted, your presentation was extremely very balanced, opportunities, challenges, gaps, and all those. I've been reading about European Union market intelligence system. We seem to be having a gap in Uganda in the same. For example, sometime the president got a market for goats, I think in the Arab world. Within 1 or 2 weeks, the goats were no more. And yet we had a good deal. Why? Because we have we don't have a national market intelligence system, a robust one, such that it supports us in our competitiveness, in our product intelligence, market intelligence, and then consumer intelligence. All the information that has been talked here is extremely very, very useful and fundamental. Unfortunately, a person in Sinjiro, my mother in Sinjiro, or somebody in Kitugum, somebody in Busia, I am not sure if they really know this information, including the district commercial officers who work under you, my brother Richard, don't know this information. One time I went to my district, I asked my DCO, a district commercial officer, if I could get information about the border points within Uganda. He told me that that's not within his mandate. I really laughed. I went there when I was stressed, but he made me happy. You understand? A commercial officer made me happy. A commercial officer must know, actually must be conversant more than Richard, more than Prudence about all this information. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My name is Dorothy Chimuli, and I'm an SME. I fall in the category of the 70 to 80% of SMEs that were mentioned. There were a few notes that I noted, and they are talking about add value, increase on prices, and reduce weight. And the one that piqued my interest is 70 to 80% are SMEs. And we deal with high costs. We have low volume, inconsistency in supply. And the last one, quality in packaging. And this is an area that has been identified by the ministry from the presentation. But you find that for the last 10 years, we've been talking about packaging industry, because it's one of the things that are going to help us throughout this process that we are engaging in with the African Continental Free Trade Area. I just want to know, since it has been identified as a challenge, what is the solution, or what has been the solution to address this challenge? What is the market research to know how other countries are positioned to this challenge, to inform Uganda on how to position itself? Because if we are talking about export, this is going to play more than 50% for our products to be exported. I'll give a very clear example. I process chili. The Ugandan market is purely plastics. And you find that for chili, processed chili in plastics, the maximum it can go on the shelf life is 8 months. And yet, if you put chili in glass, it will go for 2 to 3 years. How are these products going to engage those markets when even the shelf life or our packaging industry cannot support the shelf life in other countries? And yet, through Siatini, we've been addressing this issue for the last 10 years, but the market cannot change. I just want only that one. I know there are areas I can tap on, but I just want to know what has been done on the packaging industry. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Brian Ochen. I work with the Chamber of Commerce Kampala, and I also work with Ebi and David, Uganda, where I lead the Africa Trade Practice. My question is related to what my sister here asked. We've been talking about the opportunities that come with tariff reduction and market liberalization. But from where we sit as a chamber, some of the threats that our members have been reporting have arose from market distorting practices, like illegal subsidy use and even dumping practices from some of our neighboring trade partners. So I know that under the ESCE framework, there's a requirement that domestic countries have investigating authorities to investigate claims of these market distorting practices. But there doesn't seem to be, under the ministry or even any legislative framework, an investigating authority that has been established for those purposes. The current competition bill does have an investigating authority for purposes of competition issues, but then that very bill also limits its application to treaty obligations. So my question is to Mr. Richard, that for industries that are thinking of initiating investigations into alleged market distorting practices like anti-dumping and illegal subsidy use, does the ministry have the institutional framework in place to enable that happen? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, everyone that has presented to us. My name is Noliat Naviwande. I'm here in 2 arms. One, I work with the Ministry of Public Service as an Assistant Commissioner in charge of research, innovation, and the policy advisory. And those that are keen, last year, the theme for the Public Service Day was on positioning the public servants for the Africa Free Continental Trade Area. So my colleague who is saying that our commercial officers don't know about the borders, we are trying to get in there, and we will. But what brings me here today is the Makano International Solution, where I'm a founding member. This is a private consultancy firm. And my question is that I know I was part of the negotiations when it comes to the gender protocol, but the informal sector, those women down there that grow this plant, whatever, these products that we add value to and export are not part of the African continental trade area. Yet they are very key when it comes to the value chain. They are the ones that do post-harvesting that causes what Zaina mentioned here to be bad from Kenya. These women have to be part of this, and I think that's where we have to start. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the presenters. I have a few issues to ask. One is on the issue of tax harmonization across the region. At the moment, sorry, my name is Lina. I work with AFC, and I happen to work with cross-border traders. And at the moment, there is an issue of delayed tax harmonization at the East African community level, where we find that there are different rates, for example, for VAT, that are charged across these different countries. But we also find that some countries, for example, in the East African community, do not charge taxes like withholding tax on agricultural products, while others charge. It actually hurts competition amongst these traders. And so I'm wondering, I've not had it mentioned, I don't know if I missed it. I'm wondering what's happening at the AfCFTA level in terms of tax harmonization, but also to reinforce the question on dispute settlement. Someone pointed out the issue of Rwanda. There was also the issue of South Sudan. The traders made a lot of losses when the borders were closed, but also when there is conflict. So what is really being done at the AfCFTA level to ensure dispute resolution and mediation? For the case of the closure of the Rwanda border, EAC together with some other partners and the traders, we actually had a case instituted against the governments of Uganda and Rwanda at the East African Court of Justice that has sort of died off. So we feel like some of the organs at this level are not functional. What is being done to ensure that at the African Union level, we can actually trust the functionality of all these processes? Another issue is the issue of language. Language as a challenge for traders who would like to explore these markets. Like I mentioned, I work with cross-border traders, and for them, they've already been trying to explore markets in Egypt, markets in Ethiopia, markets in Somalia, and this is a big problem. I don't know if there is some kind of process going on that issue. Regarding the digital system, it is really a good one, as well as the PAPs, that we do have countries within the African continent that actually do not implement the mobile money kind of system. So will there be some kind of timeline for them to establish this infrastructure and so on? And then to the Ministry of Trade, I think we need to have quite a bit of sensitization of stakeholders about this process. And when I talk of stakeholders, I think this should go out of Kampala to go out to especially the borders, the regions, but also consultations. As we gear up for these meetings, the youth continental meeting, the women, do we have national positions coming from these stakeholders that are going to actually inform the discussions at the African level? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director Prudence and Commissioner Richard, for a very good presentation. My issue goes back to what my brother raised about marketing intelligence. I was looking at our market, our trade with Algeria when it comes to milk. And I was wondering whether there is any market intelligence which has been done. Because you see, when you look at Algerian milk, Algeria exports a lot of its milk from Spain and France. And the distance between Spain and Algeria is just 594 kilometers, you know, because it's just the Mediterranean. EU subsidizes heavily their milk, and that's one of the issues on the table when we are negotiating with the European Union. When you look at Uganda, exporting, I was looking at the shortest route to Algeria is from here to Mombasa. Then you go on the coast, then you go up to Djibouti, you go to the Suez Canal, you go to the Mediterranean. That's the route, and it takes minimum 32 days. No? So they are, I know, I'm not saying we don't need markets. We do need markets, but I think the issue of first, what you are talking about, goats, they are even, like I said in my opening remarks, there are some markets which we can just say that one, we shouldn't even try it, even if we have the goats. And this will help us to reduce on maybe anxiety and maybe also concentrate on more viable markets. So what I want to ask both Director Prudence and Commissioner, whether there is support to be able to do that analysis of viable markets. Because there are two issues when we are talking about markets. There is what we call the market access. When we talk about the CFTA, what we have signed, that's market access. But we also need to talk about market entry. You enter in that market with your products and you competitively stay on that market. So we need to look at that aspect of market entry. Thank you.
More questions are coming in.
Thank you so much to all the presenters. I just have two questions to ask. The presentations are very nice, wonderful, but I have a question. What should we start with first? I think the market entry is very important. The quality of Uganda, how much, actually I've introduced myself first. I'm Lauren Sokot. I'm the director of Yellow Star Produce and Food Processors. I add value to grains and cereals. So the cereals, I've seen cereals here as one of the products. We have a big problem with cereals from the farmers. What we are talking about of quality, the farmers do not know. I add value, I get a lot of loss in 100 kilo of any grain I buy. To add value, cleaning, sorting, I lose about 20, 30 to 40 kilograms. Secondly, when you go to maize, I'm not sure if you are aware, I have a farm in Kriandongo. I work with farmers and women groups as well. People are in need of money. They spray the maize with wheat bran, with wheat master before the maize are ready. So when they dry, the quality is not there. For somebody who doesn't know the grain, how they look at, you will buy. The seeds have strings, they are tiny, they are whitish. So how are you going to market that product, or you are going? And they go to the market, now there are machines. They remove it from the comb and pack it already in the bags. In 2 weeks, it's ready to be sold. You open the bags, the maize are all green, very hot. So where is our quality? UNBS is there. I'm fully satisfied. I'm not sure if UNBS goes down to the grassroots to look at the quality. They are waiting for us to bring samples to UNBS. They test, they are doing moisture. Oh, they have all the language there, and people will keep failing. Why? Because the origin is right from the farmers out there. So for us to really meet this market, we need to look at that. We were in Nigeria, fine, the market is there. But they say they have a UNBS, I've forgotten the name, like our UNBS here. They will never take in our product unless they're satisfied with them. I was in Kenya. I visited the farmhouse for vegetables and fruits. Looking at it only, you can say I cannot export greens anywhere. The standard they have and the government are fully involved. Go to the farm itself, 20 acres farm or 5 acres farm. The way it is planned, make you say this is the right people who can export. So I think we need a lot down there to the farmers and people on the ground than us going to the market. If there is money to even be invested, let us start from there. Otherwise, we shall start and waste time. Markets are there, pricing is a problem, quality is a problem. You started well and you fail. We shall continue like that. We need a lot to learn and to go down, deep down, in order for us to go. I have got all the market, but I think I will remain in Uganda for the time being. I have tested, I've seen, I cannot make it from where I am. Thank you so much.
If we can just take, I hope you don't forget those questions. Could we take more too, or we could start from there? Yes, Mr. Prudence. Is it possible to take more too, or your time?
I was going to excuse myself if you allow me to speak, and then I see most of the questions will be answered by Commissioner Richard. If you just allow me to speak, and I will join another session which I just started.
Okay, that's fine. You could go ahead and share.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Let me appreciate all the questions that have been asked. I will not go into details to each of them. I will just appreciate that issues of dispute settlement have come up. Issues of market entry have come up. Issues of harmonization of taxes have come up. Issues of quality and market readiness have come up, and issues of information have come up. I will try to take them in general, and Commissioner Richard will be able to be specific on some of these questions. Thank you, Jen, for the question, Nolia, Nina, Brian, Dorothy, and I think I missed the first name, the first question, the name of the participant who asked the question. I would like to start with the issue of information sharing. This AfCFTA is going to be a very long-term project, and we have to constantly create awareness around it. Even those who are in the house within the AfCFTA Secretariat may not have all the information about all the AfCFTA instruments that we are talking about. And some may not even have expertise in each and every area of the AfCFTA. So on the issue of information sharing, I want to say this. One, AfCFTA is a very high-level project where you start with those who are doing cross-border trade. You don't talk about AfCFTA to the farmers, but rather, should you establish a company that will be taking the crop from farm, then process it, export it to other AfCFTA state parties, then you have to talk to that company. Because the farmers on their own, they may not be able to access the market. They can only be facilitated through a value chain that you have established, through a distribution chain that you have established from national to regional to continental level. That's the first point of entry. You start speaking to big companies to see how they can facilitate farmers not to incur a lot of losses that they are now experiencing. The second aspect of information, we have to speak to all government institutions. Those institutions that are in charge of customs, institutions in charge of quality standards, those are the institutions that need to understand what AfCFTA means. I think in terms of information sharing, we are just giving you the high-level information about the existence of AfCFTA and opportunities. But when it comes to specific information, we have to be selective and speak to those who are really in charge. Yes, the issue of dispute settlement. Someone said, is there a mechanism of compensation where losses have been incurred in terms of if, for example, my milk has been blocked at the border and then I lose the value that I had there, what do we do within the AfCFTA? This AfCFTA dispute settlement mechanism is very comprehensive. We are not talking about high-level disputes alone. We're also talking about some of the issues that can be addressed by the committees. Some of those issues at the borders can be quickly addressed by just a phone call. So first of all, the opportunity that we have within AfCFTA is that a customs officer from Uganda can quickly call another customs officer in Cote d'Ivoire or in Nigeria and assist the private sector that was exporting from Uganda to Nigeria or to. So the existence of that network of government institutions itself to compensation of losses. I think that's where the problem is. I think government officials have to realize how there will be compensation in case of losses, whether this will be the responsibility of the government of origin where the company is established, or whether it will be the responsibility of the government of destination. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, we're able to hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Sorry, I saw there was a problem of network. So you can hear me. So I really don't know where I left it, but I was speaking about
we are hearing very well.
issues of compensation where there are losses. Okay. Let me actually remove the video. Maybe network will improve without video. Then quickly about taxation of taxes. I understand, Jen, you've spoken about market access vis-a-vis market entry. The AfCFTA starts with market access because this is a free trade. We start with access first. Then when the market access has worked, we take a step ahead to harmonize a national tax when we move to a market. At this time, apart from harmonization of regulations, it's going to be difficult to start talking about internal taxes. Even within East African, that is a common market of harmonization of national taxes is still ongoing. So I understand the challenge of market entry will have to be addressed to ensure access. We are moving gradually, step by step. Issues of subsidies, issues of fair competition can be addressed with the AfCFTA competition policy, but they are going to be done gradually if we succeed with market access first, then other national. There is a very serious question that has been about the quality of making sure that we get ready for the market. I think that's where each country is supposed to have own national strategy for AfCFTA. And when you develop a national strategy, you look at your productive capacity. If you are exporting agricultural processed products, then how do you invest in the whole supply chain of agricultural products to make you reduce waste, to make sure that you improve it, to make sure that you address the issue of the value addition to everything that you are exporting, to make sure that you increase the shelf life of each and every product. I think that's a strategy that has to be developed at national, and you look at which says that will that supply chain of a product to make you want to take to the AfCFTA market. Each country will be particular. Then we have to look at what they export and then make sure they make heavy investment in that sector. Of course, the AfCFTA Adjustment Fund will be very helpful. Those who will be able to access some capacity building programs will be very important, but national strategies are very, very important to address some of those challenges. I think the issue of harmonization of taxes, issue of market entry, issues of losses, issues of information, spoken about them in general. I would like to conclude by thanking you very much, appreciating this kind of platform, because this platform itself is going to be a solution to some of the information gap we are talking about. I believe that will be a constant effort your country, but I also think countries can learn from this. So let me thank all who participated and will participate in this workshop, and also the organizers and the government of Uganda that has made themselves available to provide information related to AfCFTA. Thank you. Over to you, Penny.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for sparing the time to look through the questions and answer them to your best in your best way that you're able to. I think for now we can be able to also let you go, but hand over to the commissioner, who also would want to emphasize on some of the areas that we believe could also help a number of the different private sector, especially the private sector that are in the room, to see to it that they can be able to see how to be able to gain from the AfCFTA going ahead. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you very much, Penny. I want to thank my brother Prudence Sebayizi for that good presentation and the responses to the questions arising from the meeting here. I think I'm not going to repeat what he has already said. I'll go straight on to I think some of the issues that came up. I start straight away with question number 2 that I think came from Dr. Opun on market intelligence. You know, this has been a problem for some time, and perhaps it's because of the kind of structure that we have in the economy. But we are working on it. It's true that we had a deal to supply goods to the Middle East. And we accepted the deal without having the background information about our own economy. And we said, okay, fine and good, we can supply that 1,000 metric tons of meat per month. But when the team came back and undertook an assessment of our goat sector, they found within 2 weeks they will never see a single goat in the country. We'll have all been exhausted because we did not do prior study before going to negotiate that. And that has been happening not only in the goat sector. We had one German who wanted pineapples. He came here. I think the person told him pineapples in Uganda is just too much. You cannot even finish it. But sometimes we also don't give right information when we go outside. So the person came. So this gentleman thought the farm he saw in Mukono was so big, that was so amazing. So when the German went there, he saw actually that was like a nursery bed. He said, is this the biggest farm? That this is the biggest, but the others sort around. So the gentleman got disappointed that this one is very small farm. So the gentleman who thought the Mukono farm was the biggest and he thought was perhaps the biggest in the whole world got disappointed. There was no, we don't have. And the truth is just, we don't even have it enough for ourselves. Have you ever seen pineapples rotting on the streets of Kampala or anywhere? Because we consume it all. So we have problem in terms of getting reliable, timely, and adequate information about our own. We are trying, we have put in place a system, and we are still developing it, on undertaking what they call product profiling. That should give us information about who is producing what, where, in what quantity, and what price. We want to have what they call enterprise and product profiling. It's an ongoing process. We are dealing with it in coffee. I sit on the board of UCDA. And when UCDA was developing the 2021 Coffee Act, which passed, you all know about it. Those of you who are in the coffee sector. There was a lot of outcry. Why do you want to register farmers? Why do you want to register coffee farmers? It looks like you are only eyeing tax. You want to tax them. No, it's not about that. It's about traceability. It's about ensuring quality. So each and every farmer, coffee farmer, will be registered, its location noted, and given a code. We should borrow from coffee. It's not a perfect sector, but it's a sector which has really achieved a lot in terms of ensuring quality. You will never see coffee being carried on trucks anyhow, or in different bags. It's standard. The same bag that is used by somebody in Bududa is the same bag that you find in Zombo. Same standard. That is what it is. And it's carried in a concealed truck. And the storage is also specific. And now the regulation for that act is being developed. It's going to streamline coffee a lot more. But that should apply to all the sectors. We are also doing it with the other agricultural products. The next is going to be the vegetables sector. We have had a lot of our consignment being intercepted and destroyed in the EU market because we pick things from Kalere, put them in funny bags, and now we are heading to the market. You are not heading to Kalere, no, or to Nakasero. You are heading to a market which is heavily regulated. And one person or two people spoil the market, they will think that everybody is now the same. And we have that problem of ensuring we meet standard. But why should we only think standard for export? What about ourselves? And I think my namesake, Madame Okot, I'm also Okot. What we have sometimes is, and I do agree with you, let's not head to the market. Let's first head back to the farm and sort out the problems that we have in the farms. Then we can go to the market with our head high, knowing that what you're taking is fit for human consumption. And we can only do that if we address the issue of registering and regulating farmers. on use of chemicals in, as well as inputs that go there. Go to Calero, you'll find tomatoes that looks like they've been colored. They've been sprayed after harvesting. That is not good. So let's address them comprehensively. Now we have a new regulation from EU which is coming into effect within the next 4 or 5 months. And there's a lot of stringent measures in place for agricultural products, which we need to address. As I speak right now with COFE, I think there is a serious assessment going on to see the implication of that regulation and how to put in place measures that can mitigate and see how best we take it up from there. So it's not going to be game or business as usual. So we need to up our games and see how best we address issues of quality of products. So information intelligence, we are working on it, and we are seriously going to address this. Now, packaging, I think Madame Dorothy raised the issue of packaging. I want to say that we have now the national packaging policy in place, ready for implementation. We recognize, honestly, that packaging is a big problem. I want to give you a good example. You know, the beef market in DRC is very big. So, and DRC is under COMESA. And this gentleman got a good deal to supply beef to Kisangani. But the kilo by that time was going at $10 kilo of beef. It's big and very lucrative because all their beef they import from Europe. And it's also pricey. So the gentleman went to meat packers, got whatever he got from there. You know how he packaged them? In this Buvera, this fertilizer bag, the one they use around Kampala, you know how they export the beef there? And pack them, sending it to Kinshasa. Honestly, export. And the results is just, your guess is good as mine. The thing was impounded. Without, it is bad. So you cannot spoil market for others because you are just doing your things recklessly. So when you are doing export trade, let's do it in a standard way. Do you have insurance? Have you packaged your product properly? Have you sorted out all the documentation requirements before you even think of getting the thing on the flight? Now, these are things that Export Promotion Board has been doing, training people for export readiness under the same framework, AfCFTA. And I think Chamber of Commerce also participated under the UNDP Corporation framework. We have MOU with UNDP to help us in the implementation. And part of the activities, we gave it to Chamber of Commerce, part of it we gave it to Export Promotion Board, part of it we gave it to Uganda Small Scale Industries, and then Federation of Uganda Small Scale Industries. They are helping us in training, and I think perhaps we need to sit back and reassess ourselves. How far have we gone in that training exercise? And that is also an attempt to bridge the gap, because Chamber of Commerce and Rusia and the other ones have wider network at the district levels to take the message at the district level, to train their own members who in turn will relay the same message. My brother Wundo is sitting there. I hear people, DCOs don't know how many border exit and entry points are there. And Wundo is the chairman. You call this chairman or president of Uganda Small Scale, Uganda Cross-Border Traders Association. He's there, man, the gentleman in glasses. You didn't introduce yourself. So we have cross-border traders in all the various border points that we have. And at the border points, we also have what they call the trade information officers, the trade information desk, who are supposed to be giving trade-related information to all the people who want to trade across the borders. And we have been having interfaces with the district commercial officers about trade-related issues, both regional, national, and beyond the region. So information about the trade regimes in the country is readily available. We have always been giving them out. Mr. Wundo will bear me witness in terms of training people on how to be ready to trade across the borders. And I think simplified trade regime, which is another instrument that we shall talk about later. Mr. Bryan, you raised the issue of market distorting practices. But I think I would put it in another way. That is the negative trade practices, which are categorized under three main areas. That is dumping, application of subsidies, and then what we call surges in imports of certain products arising from implementing or reducing custom duties. We are in the process of putting in place what they call trade governance framework. The first one is being handled today. I don't want to preempt that discussion on competition, policy matters, which is to address how firms in the market behave, to trim monopolistic tendencies by certain firms in determining quantities and price, which eventually affects consumers. That one is going to be presented by somebody here on competition. But the trade regimes that I'm talking about is that erased dumping practices, where somebody from another country would come and sell his product at a price which is lower than where he sells in his domestic market. And in most cases, the intention is simply to drive away competition and kill the other infant industries in the market where he's exporting. That one is a bad practice. It is uncompetitive. It is negative trade practices. The other one is on subsidies. Countries that I think Madam Jane talked about, who heavily subsidize their producers. And because of the subsidies, that enterprise will be in a position to sell at a lower market price, artificial price, and therefore it will damage the domestic industry. Then the other one is you have reduced your custom duties because of the agreement. Somebody then takes advantage of it and will supply a certain product into your market and flood the market because of reduction in. So it's called generally trade remedies. Solution to it is called trade remedies. We are in a discussion. We have held about 2, 3, 4 meetings at a national level and regional level to put in place a framework. We already have draft bills on trade remedies, but we still need to refine it because this was done around 19 something, but we need to refine it. I mean 2010, 2011, we need to update it so that it fits within the recent changes, because at the AfCFTA, at EAC and COMESA, we have trade remedies regime in place. So that will address, among others, those negative trade practices. But it should also go beyond that. We need that to be NTBs to be incorporated, because NTBs are also trade distorting, are also negative trade practices. Also needs to be added onto that. But that is going forward. It's work in progress. We still have a few issues here and there to sort that out. Harmonizations of policies, tax and VAT, this is ongoing. I have to admit that VAT rate varies. Uganda is 18%, Kenya 16, Rwanda 16, and this creates problems in the market. It will distort our goods trade and compete against each other within the EAC and AfCFTA. So there is need, and it's an ongoing exercise which is taking place. My friend from EAC, I think you will update on the work that is going on in terms of harmonizing the various tax regimes within EAC. It is an ongoing exercise. It's not only taxes, by the way, because at EAC we are now at the level of common market, and we are now also implementing what they call single customs territory. Single custom territory means policies, legislations, all should be harmonized. But of course, you know, EAC, we have a lot of other issues. So it's a process that is ongoing. There are a number of areas where harmonization has taken place. I think we already have about 1,000 something standards that have been harmonized for agricultural products and then manufactured goods. That is an ongoing work. Language barrier, my dear, this is a challenge, but it's an inherent problem. But we need to see how best we make changes. You can use your Google to do translation, and it works, by the way. We have been using it many times during our engagement. I will write the word in English, change it in French, then I give it to the person who speaks French. He writes it and it's translated into French. Then for him, he responds in French and translates it into English, and we are engaging. A man got lost in Nigeria. He didn't speak English. We only speak English. For him, it's only on French. So we had to use Google Maps to get him out of to the hotel where he needed to go. And it worked very well. So it should work. Where there is interest, these other barriers becomes minor. We have been trading with DRC Congo, where we have language problems. And it has been, I think Mr. Wundo will bear witness. People have been trading, and it works. Where money is, things always will work. So we need to seek solutions on how to address this. Algerian market, that is an area that we have worked on for a long time. Chamber of Commerce, you have the MOU with them. We believe it's a huge opportunity for us. The AfCFTA gives us advantage in terms of reducing the tax and making our product a bit more competitive vis-a-vis the other products that are coming from Europe. The issue of logistics is a challenge. That is true. As I stated, we need to see how best that can be addressed. For the West African, we already have the airline going there. For North Africa, I think perhaps during our discussion with the Algerians, those companies that operate logistics said if we have the quantity and the commitment, there'll always be cargoes arranged to take products from Uganda to Algeria. So if they are using cargoes, Then if you are dealing in charcoal, don't join the queue because you will not be part of the people. That means you need to add value, reduce on the quantity, and improve on your price in order to be able to get your products using the plane cargo at the moment. Post-harvest handling, I've already talked about it. Let's not rush to the market. Let's first go back to the farm and sort out our issues in the farm. It is from there that we can competitively take our products to the market where we are sure of the quality and we are also sure of ability to satisfy the needed contract to supply and consistency. I think I've already talked about sensitization. We are doing it not as a ministry alone, but in collaboration with other agencies. And I do agree we need to go beyond the boardrooms of Kampala. Business takes place at the district, the regional levels, not here. I think the last thing that I want to talk about is the issue of the national framework that we have in place to implement the AfCFTA. As I speak right now, we are in the process of setting up the National Implementation Committee. We have written and sent out letters to all those agencies, private, public, the academia, and civil society, to send nominations of persons to be on that committee. We have received some few nominations. We are compiling the name. We want to set that a date for launching that committee. And there are a number of activities that we have put in place to bring to speed the committee in terms of training and capacity building, to understand the agreement, understand their role, and see how best they can play a pivotal role in implementing the agreement. That is one. Two, on the AfCFTA implementation strategy, we have the draft strategy in place, very comprehensive document, which we also want to launch it on the same day when we are launching the National Implementation Committee. We are looking at doing it before the end of this year, but looking at the time remaining with the Christmas euphoria also setting in, perhaps we may consider early January next year to have this in place. The strategy looks at basically three aspects. To summarize it, one is what are the key objectives that we want to achieve under AfCFTA, which is competitiveness, private sector capacity building, enhancing production and productivity, ensuring that we have the right trade facilitating instruments in place, including trade logistics, access to finance, and an appropriate model that can help mitigate the problems of SMEs. And then, of course, we have the key products that we need to focus on as a country. I've already given you those products there. As a country, our strategic push is to prioritize those products first. And then lastly is, not last, second last is the markets. What should be our priority markets as we go forward in implementation? I think I've given you the markets, that is North Africa, West Africa, and then the Southern African markets in terms of priority. Then the implementation framework. Ministry of Trade is simply just going to be the coordinating institution. Trade, as you know, it is multi-sectoral, and that is why we need the National Implementation Committee in place to be the institution that will champion the implementation of this agreement. Basically, those are the key components that we have in the strategy. I think I hope I've exhausted all the issues. If there are any that I missed, please you remind me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. I hope he has been able to elaborately give so much to the questions that were answered. But I want to also give a special thank you to the Commissioner, but mainly Ministry of Trade, because for Theatini, we have been part of the National Advisory Technical Committee under the AfCFTA specifically. And we hope by having partnerships with Uganda Chamber of Commerce, which is also part of the technical committee itself, we have been trying to see to it that we are strengthening stakeholders' understanding and preparation for the AfCFTA. But also looking at what you had mentioned, Commissioner, on the trade remedies, I think it's also high time we looked at the ESC treaty because there's a high chance that it needs to be reviewed, pushing that into discussion really to make it relevant to the growing number of event members that are joining now with Somalia, which has also had its challenges in also just joining the community, but also seeing that the treaty itself is one that needs to still stand to the challenges that we're facing today, especially when it comes to the dispute mechanisms, and also seeing that it needs to hold more relevance because most of the issues that have come out have really been in negligence of even looking at the treaty and how powerful it is to shape most of the discussions in the region. So I don't want to take most of the time left. I know we don't have a lot of time, but because we started late, we only have just one request. If you could just give us just a bit of more 20 minutes of your time. We want to see to it that we cannot go away from here without looking at the competition policies, but also the protocol itself. Because aside all that we have talked about since morning, all of this is still coming back to how we're going to manage the competition in the when it comes to AfCFTA, and also on the investment protocol. Because aside all of this, we cannot turn a deaf ear to the fact that investments or investors have also played an important role in trying to see to it that how we're able to look at the investment landscape going forward. So I just want to invite Ms. Shiba Ganyana from Nabasa Advocates to come and just give, I'm going to shorten your time. If you can wrap, mainly take about 5 minutes or 10 to how you see you're able to share, but still be able to be more, speak more to what you really want to share on the protocol, and also to enable us and the people in the room to still fully understand and comprehend how all these protocols are going to affect most of the stakeholders and from the different regional perspective. Thank you. Let's give a hand clap for the first session. I know we are tired, but we are soon. Just give us more energy to finalize something.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, guys. I know we are all very tired. I will not take up much of your time. So my name is Ganyana Shiba. I am a lawyer with Nabasa and Company Advocate. I'm here representing the person who made this presentation, Mrs. Fiona Nabasa Wall. She sends her apologies. She was the one supposed to give this presentation, but you are in capable hands, so don't worry. So I was supposed to, I'm going to take you through the overview of the competition bill. Just for a brief introduction, for those who may not know, I understand that there are so many people in this room from the different parts of the sector. So I'm going to try, I'm from the school of thought where I believe that if you cannot explain it to a 5-year-old and they understand, then you really haven't grasped the context of the topic. So I am going to keep it very simple so that leave away all the legalese and make it easy for all of you to understand. So, as you know, Uganda recently passed the competition bill. This bill has been in existence because it was drafted over 20 years ago, but we've been lagging in having it actually implemented. But recently, which was last year, they passed it, I think, for the first reading. And they had the second reading just in September, 1st September of this year, and it was passed. So this bill is basically put in place to prohibit monopolies arising from enterprises, from entering and operating under joint ventures and mergers. So it's supposed to level the field for all businesses out there, especially for SMEs, because as you can see, Uganda is we've been operating without competition law. There have been some legislations in place that kind of hint on it, but ideally the country was kind of running blind, and this was killing our businesses, especially the small to medium business enterprises. So this is a good endeavor from the ministry and from the government. So I'm just going to go through the brief overview of what the bill contains. So that's the 5th slide. The bill has 29 clauses, and part 1 is the preliminary, which deals with matters such as application and interpretation, so that this act applies to anti-competitive practices and agreements, abuse of dominant position, effects of mergers, acquisitions, and joint ventures on competition. Part 2 goes on to talk about the administration. So under this bill, they say that it shall be administered by the ministry responsible for trade. Okay, because of time, this was supposed to be in my later on in the presentation, but I'm going to talk about the things concurrently. So this is something that was actually recently debated by Parliament because there was a contradiction. The President wants the act to be administered by the ministry responsible for trade. However, Parliament proposes that they be a separate commission that handles the act, that it can still be under the ministry, but they still set aside a separate commission. So this is something that was recently debated, and we are yet to see if they will actually put it in place. So we'll just briefly go through the functions of the ministry, which are promoting and sustaining fair competition in the market, protecting the interests of consumers in the market, monitor the market for anti-competitive and unfair practices and agreements, investigating anti-competitive and unfair practices and agreements in the market, approving mergers and acquisitions which have no adverse effect on competition in the market. So part 3 covers prohibition of competitive practices. It goes on to list a few of those competitive practices that are prohibited and clearly defines them. Part 4 covers the prohibition of abuse of dominant position, and it goes on to explain what dominant position means, which is a position of economic strength enjoyed by an enterprise individually or collectively, which gives it the power to behave independently of its competitors, customers, consumers, and in particular to foreclose any other enterprise from competing in the relevant market. So part 5 talks about mergers and acquisitions, and I think this is the major gist of the proposed bill. It provides that an enterprise which purposes to enter into any merger or acquisition shall have to first give notice of that merger or acquisition to the ministry, and the ministry shall then go on to approve. So part 6 goes into the inquiries and related matters. It applies to inquiries made under the bill, except inquiries made under part 5. So part 7 provides for general matters. This includes the offenses in relation to furnishing of information, and offenses by individuals in enterprises, failure to pay fines, etc. So what does this bill mean for
us as the private sector or as the private sector. So this bill, as you know, it's very advantageous. It's going to be able to, we'll be able to have a general harmonization of competition in the sector. So this will give private entities, especially small businesses, a fair chance to compete with the bigger industries, the bigger organizations that have been monopolizing the market. It's also going to address barriers to entry, making it easier for new businesses and smaller businesses to enter the market and compete without facing unfair obstacles. It's going to allow for healthy exit strategies without fear of anti-competitive practices preventing fair market competition. It's going to also address the issue of price fixing and collusion, which will, because this is something that actually has been happening with many of the bigger companies, especially when it comes to bid rigging. I'm going to join those two together. You'll have instances where, you know, government sends out bids, but there's this, they already did a sidebar maybe with this particular company, and they've said, okay, it's okay, you guys put in your bid, you've already got it, but for purposes of formality, we are going to put it out there to make it look like there's transparency. And then you'll find, you know, different organizations will pay to bid, buy these forms, and yet they stand no chance because the process is already rigged. So the Act is going to fix all that. It's going to address all those concerns for us. So it's also going to ensure that advertising is truthful and does not mislead consumers unfairly or disparage competitors. I have something to, okay, it's okay. Let me just move on here. So these are some points to note. Earlier this year, the Namasan Advocates team, together with some members of COMESA, addressed some recommendations to the parliamentary committee on the bill in question. So there were some things that we noted that were not included in the bill. So I'm just going to go through them for your information. So we noted that the bill did not provide for restrictive practices under Section 8. So if you go to Section 8, it talks about the restrictive practices that are prohibited in terms of trade, but it doesn't include exemptions. And for a law to work, it has to be flexible. There could be some exemptions, maybe because of weather, public health, and we see that it's necessary that the bill accommodates that and just doesn't limit us. So we copied a leaf from the Competition Act of Kenya that talks about, that provides for exceptions. Maybe if you guys get time, you can check it out. Section 25, Competition Act of Kenya, 2010. Then we also noted that Section 20 of the bill does not grant publication to the Gazette by the authority when it makes orders in accordance with the Act. So, you know, okay, in law, you have to, every time you make a decision, a public decision with government, it has to be gazetted for the sake of the public knowing what is going on. So this provision is not provided for in the Act. Once the authority makes orders about granting a merger or an acquisition, how is the public supposed to know? How are they going to get notified? It would be prudent for them to gazette such decisions. So the fourth thing that we noted was Part 5 of the bill provides for merger acquisitions and joint venture, but it's silent in relation to the revocation of approval of proposed mergers and acquisitions in case one gives misleading information. So the bill goes on to say, in the Part 5 of the bill, it talks about cases of mergers and acquisitions. So it talks about how you're supposed to give the right information and the authority has to investigate into the information you give them, but it doesn't go on to explain what are the consequences in case you've given misleading information about your merger or your acquisition. So we think that is necessary and it is a loophole. Then we also noted that, not that one. The bill is silent about the control of unwarranted concentration of economic power. So if you compare this section with other jurisdictions, for example, Kenya, they always provide for investigations into what sectors are controlling the industry, what sectors have an added advantage. Government or the commission in charge of that should always be monitoring to see, is the economy really balanced? So there's a gap there. The Act doesn't address it. And it's something that we also proposed to the parliamentary committee. And we also noted that the bill is silent about consumer welfare. If you look through, it does talk about, I think that is in section 11, it talks about consumers briefly, but it doesn't go into depth about consumer welfare. What do I mean when I say consumer welfare? You're not allowed to sell spoiled goods to consumers, for example. Don't take advantage of them. Don't give them misleading information just so you can sell your goods. The consumer has to be protected, and that's also the entire essence of competition law and the competition bill. So the fact that the bill is silent about this, it's something that's not worthy, and it's something that we also brought to the attention of Parliament. So the bill is also silent about financial provisions. It does not state where the authority is going to get its funds, which shows a bit of a lack of transparency. So it would be prudent that it's clearly stated that the funds for the commission will be gotten from this, from taxes, from fines, so that citizens know where their money is going and what it's being used for. So all these points that I've just gone through were presented to the parliamentary committee earlier this year in January. We are still waiting to see if they shall be implemented or if they'll be, trashed, but it's still, the bill is still on its second reading. I understand there's a third reading that is coming up. So we'll wait and see what the proceeds from that are. And as you know, the regulations are also not yet out. So there's a possibility that these things will also be implemented in the regulations. I don't know if I've kept time. How have I done? Yeah, that's it. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you, Sheba. I think from your discussion, the issue around competition, of course, is one that is here. I think for the parts of how we're looking at it in the AfCFTA protocol is also that our own policies that are in place as a country really do have to have strength when it comes to how most of these protocols are going to be implemented. Having no regulations at this time is something that we need to put into higher priority, because the same for the regulations not being there really stands at a higher chance of countries that will tend to come in from different, to kind of trade with within the region, will definitely find that it is easy to actually neglect some of these policies, especially if there's no regulation that can also hold these companies or even us as a government to ensure that we are protecting our industries, but also protecting the infant farms that will not be challenged by having unfair competition. So there is a need for us to speed the discussion around the regulations. I don't know if, Commissioner, you had what you wanted to share, because I know you've been in this discussion, but I would want to still speed it over to, in case you have just a few comments, or you would talk after Judith's presentation. Just a quick one, okay.
Yeah, thank you very much, Shiba, for that comprehensive presentation on the Competition Act. A bill, still a bill, because the president is yet to assent to it. Two things. The Consumer Protection Bill is still under development. That is going to take care of that particular silence you mentioned. Initially, the bill was consumer competition policy and consumer protection, but Parliament, in their wisdom, decided to strike off the other aspect of consumer protection. So that one is taken care of. Two, the bill was cleared by Parliament. We expected it to have been signed together with the Petroleum Act, but the president left out this one here, but signed the other one, Petroleum Act. We cannot develop the regulation yet until when the act is assented to by the president, and then a department is set up, and it is that department that will now work on the development of the regulation. The budget and everything about it is already there, and the only thing that we're waiting for is the signature. That is the only update I want to provide. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, for giving those important insights. I believe that once, as you have mentioned, the Act, once it is finally assented by the President, it will be that the regulations come into formation, but it would be good also to ensure that we have still a wider approach to also seeing that those regulations speak to addressing the challenges that we foresee or the emerging issues that could come across from the AfCFTA being one of those. I'll just speed it also to Judith. You can be able to come in. While we're looking at the competition bill, we know that there's the investment protocol, and we need to be able to see to it that our policies also are fit for purpose, but what the protocol is also talking to, seeing that we have had a number of discussions around investment in the region. So Judith, you could be able to share now.
Thank you very much, Penny, the moderator of today's session. I know that I am standing in between your lunch, so I'll make it so quick. My major presentation will look at the AfCFTA, the investment protocol. Does any of us know about the investment protocol? By show of hands. By show of hands? One. Only one person knows about the investment protocol. So yeah, that is why we need to do awareness to make sure that the private sector is aware of to invest in another country. If investors come to this in Uganda to invest, you're aware. Can I have the next slide, please? To start it off. This is just the outline of my presentation. I'll look at the status quo, I'll look at the objectives and some of the major provisions, and then I will move on to the annexes. Next slide, please. Okay, on the status quo, the investment protocol, I think it came out from Commissioner's presentation. The investment protocol is part of the phase 2 negotiations that includes the competition. It is also part of the the intellectual property rights is part of the phase 2 protocol negotiations. And these were included, focus on investment protocol. This was adopted in October 2022 by the Council of Ministers. And then by February 2023, this year, it was passed by the Assembly of Heads of States. Much as it was passed, the latest improvement was made in May 2023, and I think the Commissioner talked about it in his presentation on Article 21 that focuses on compensation of expropriation. He mentioned, Commissioner mentioned about the latest improvement on Article 21 that talks about the compensation on, it was in respect to the South Africa government. That was not, it was basically the wording that was in May. It was just change of adequate
and equitable. It was just the wording, really. And yeah, on the objectives of the protocol, it talks about the protection of sustainable investment. And Article 1 in the interpretation talks more of what sustainable investment looks like. In the recent international investment treaties and bilateral investment treaties, they've talked about sustainable investment, but this clearly states out what a sustainable investment is. You cannot bring out your retail shop or some small investment and you call it investment. So this protocol goes down to state what a sustainable investment is, and it includes the nature and the scope and the amount of investment you're bringing to the country. So it's not, you cannot just say anything is investment. This clearly, Article 1 will defines what sustainable investment is, and it includes all those aspects. And Objective 2 is balancing of investor and state interests. And only this one, it's because the most international investment agreements have not been balancing. They've not, the rights were given to the investors a lot, as opposed to giving the state some rights and the host communities. So this investment protocol clearly states the balance. One of the objectives is balancing of investments and the state interests. So every investment has to have the state interest at heart. The next is the protection of indigenous communities. This comes out clearly in the protocol because, like I mentioned, in the other bilateral investment treaties that have been signed over years, it was not coming out clearly. The issues of free, prior, and informed consent, they were not coming out clearly in most of the agreements. So this gives the host communities where those investments are going to be some protection. What are they going to benefit from the investment? How are they going to benefit? Issues of transfer of technology. How are they going to benefit from that? And on the aspect of efficient dispute resolution, it also comes out in this protocol. I think many of you talked about it. This protocol also observes the dispute settlement, and it talks about majorly the prevention and management and settlement of these disputes within the state parties that are going to have the investments. One of the major part of the major provisions of this protocol, to be exact, are the investors have to maintain sustainable business activity in the host states. This one will, you're not going to come for 2-3 months and you say that that has been an investment. It has an state a couple of years for it to be an established investment. And of course, the issues that I talked about, what is the nature of the business, how much are you investing in our country for it to be called an established investment. And then they preserve host states' rights to regulate and exempts measures taken in exercise of the rights. So the state has measures taken in case of anything that happens. The state still holds some rights to regulate. If there is an update, if there is an emerging issue, to be exact, the state still has rights to have regulations in place in whatever aspect, in whatever business aspect. So I think this is, and these major provisions have been missing in all the international and bilateral investment treaties. So that's why you find them very helpful for this protocol. And the issue of national treatment also comes out, where investors, when Uganda, I know we have very many private sector in the room today, when a person from Uganda goes to another country, African country, to invest, how they must be treated as the way that country treats their own investors, their domestic investors. So the same thing applies to other investors coming to Uganda. They'll still have the same treatment. However, it has also an exception in Article 13, where it says unless the country, let's say Uganda, has a specific investments that have been scheduled or identified for national development. So that's the only exception to national treatment in this protocol. And then the promotion of corporate and social responsibility also comes out. The standards of corporate sustainability come out clearly in this protocol, how the business conduct, how these investments have to protect and address business conducts of their investments. Others, I talked about the obligation of investors to comply with national laws and international laws, comply with business ethics. This is, I think, Article 31. The investors have to comply with whatever laws they find in Uganda. They have to just comply with whatever they find. The human rights regulations in place, the labor aspects in place, they have to comply. I think that's Article 33. And then the investments have to protect the environment. That is under Article 25, that every investments that have to be established in any country, they have to have protection of environment, no cutting down the swamp to have your investment established. So you have to have an aspect of protection of the environment. The rights of indigenous and peoples, already talked about that. The other issues of FPIC, the free, prior and informed consent, and the issue of social impact assessment have to be, they come out clearly in this protocol. I think it's a very good protocol just for the people that didn't know about it. They have to refrain from interference with the host's internal affairs. This is also an obligation of all the investors. Next slide, please. Some of the emerging issues that were not that were captured in the investment protocol. The issue of ISDs, which have been arising in countries. We have seen very many countries while in an attempt to have initiatives in place to combat climate change, they have raised some of the investor-state disputes on board. So this protocol is alive to this fact, and it's have protection of the environment to this aspect. So it is alive to that effect. And another one is to formulate climate change-related measures. That is also very explicitly stated. The inclusion of human rights in the related provisions. It also comes out clearly. So as you're doing your investments, as you come in to do investments, you have to comply with every frameworks in respect to labor, to human rights. How are workers going to be treated? Are they going to be compensated of any issues that arise? So these are issues of human rights that will be protected. And maybe the other issue of national focal points that comes out clearly in the article, in the provisions. Every country will have to have a national focal point. And the roles of the focal points also come out first to provide information. If a Ugandan investor is going to Senegal, the national focal point in Senegal has to provide the Ugandan investor what the information they need to know on the legal policies, frameworks for Senegal. They need to know provisions on, if any, the incentives on particular sectors. These issues have to come out clearly. Those are some of the roles for the national focal point. I don't know what's happening. Yeah. Emerging issues. And then, I talked about the opportunities. These opportunities within the general AfCFTA agreement, where in case, as we are here, if we have another, let's say, suggestion that has to be included,
that you feel was not captured, and we have raised various issues maybe on labor aspects that are missing in the protocol, you can raise it, and under Article 8, it provides that any additional instrument deemed necessary shall be adopted upon agreement. So if you have any issues that you feel that were not captured by the investment protocol or by the entire the entire AfCFTA agreement, then you raise it, and if it is adopted, it can be captured and included. But also Article 29 talks about the review of the AfCFTA. Every 5 years, there will be it will be under review to capture aspects of that are emerging issues that could have developed and they're missing. They can be captured in Article 29. For every 5 years, they are reviewing. And then the last one is under the annexes under this protocol. One is on investor-state dispute mechanism. It's still they're still under negotiations. They're not yet really open. Another one, annex, is about the establishment of the Pan-African Trade and Investment Agency. And these are just to spearhead the implementation, the strategies that are going to be in place, the AfCFTA strategy that I mentioned. This Pan-African Trade and Investment Agency will have to just overlook the implementation and provide guidance. I hope I managed that time. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Judith, for sharing with us what entails the investment protocol. And I know for a very long time there have been issues that have evolved over how we have seen investments or investors also have challenges when they are having invested, but even the issues that keep coming out over the investment landscape changing is that more and more we see that business and human rights has continued to take a great toll, given the fact that there have been challenges on how most of these investors conduct business in different countries. So you find that for the issues that are coming out from the protocol is to see that we really strengthen our policies. For the aspect of Uganda, it is that our investment policy and the investment code really should speak to addressing and strengthening the issues around business and human rights, but also seeing that the aspect of technology transfer for us as Siatini has always come out that there is need to review the investment code, because issues that come up from the technology transfer, joint ventures, and also ensuring that we are still protecting our local investors as well, not encouraging more of foreign investors to take advantage of our policies, but also looking at how best we can protect our investors that are local. So the main thing around the investment protocol, as you've mentioned, Judith, is that we need to also look at the investor-state dispute settlement, and how that comes out today is that most of the time we have seen so many countries have had a number of cases that they have faced by investors taking them to court. So an investor comes into Uganda from another country and has actually either been, has actually had chances of taking the state to court, and by that the state has lost so much money or resources to paying or handling the case. So for the aspect of Tanzania, Tanzania has lost so many cases to investors that have taken the state to court. And there's need for us to see to it that still our investment regulations and the code itself are also very clear on strengthening that aspect, because we wouldn't want to take chances that we are going to also be liable to so many challenges and also issues to do with how we're able to manage such disputes in a country, also in the region. I'll just take a round of hands. We want to make this session open, being that we see that time has really gone. We are leaving it to now just an open session, a few questions, and I believe more will also come out from all of you that are here in the room. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much, moderator. I missed the part of the presentation, but I just wanted to get some guidance from my brother Richard. One, if we have a regional investment policy for East Africa, because I work in all the East African countries. When you go to Rwanda, if you want to register a company and you're a foreigner, you do it free of charge. If you want to register a company in Uganda and you're a foreigner, you suffer locally. Tell you all sorts of prices. If you go to Kenya, to get a trading license, you pay about 1 million Uganda shillings. A trading license in Uganda, others pay 200, 300, and it depends. When you go to Juba, you pay about 100,000 and so on. So there are so many variations on how the traders or the business communities treated in East Africa. But also we are in the EAC. So what is the value of EAC in this case? I just wanted to get that guidance. Thank you very much.
I wanted to ask on the issue of implementation. Everything that has been addressed is very good, thanks to the speakers. But how, and you also talked about issues of court cases and the like, and always that is the last resort. What is the implementation plan or program if we are going regional, to make sure that if I'm a Ugandan, I do not have to get stuck, or I do not have to call this side, timely responses when it comes to trade. There are going to be issues like regional offices. Is the digital system going to truly be regional, to make sure that there is a timely response to some of these issues that have been raised? I think that would be good, because to have a policy in place and it just accumulates dust, as we know, is one thing, but to have something put into action is another.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Once again, I'm the chairman, Chamber of Commerce, Arua City. Arua City is a border district. We are very close to Congo and South Sudan. So when I was listening to the presenter of the competition bill, I was very happy, because I thought it was going to address some of our challenges. The traders we have there, they have this challenge of, one, we used to have Chinese and Indians who used to be wholesalers, but now they have become retailers. From retailing, they are now doing route sales. So in a way, they are now driving the local businessmen out by issues of price. That has been a big challenge they have sent to our desk. But I'm happy when we were discussing the protocols, the investment protocol, it brought out some of the things which the bill missed out. Like, how do you protect the local businessman from the investors? So I'm wondering if the president has sent the bill, will those gaps be handled in the regulations, or is there a way we can harmonize the two documents so that they become one? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. The moderator and the facilitators. Godfrey Onda is my name. I'm the national chair, cross-border traders associations and cooperatives in this country. My only concern is this wealth of information you have given us on competition bill, on the investment protocol, and this is very good for our traders down there. How best do we have them to get to know this? That's my first concern. And then two, Mr. Okello commented about the AFT adjustment fund. How practical can this be realized on the ground? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much to the two presenters. I have just two comments. On the investment protocol, when you look at the protocol as Judith has presented, it's better, far better than our investment code. And I think it's important for us to make sure that we review our investment code in line with the CFTA protocol. Because as Judith has pointed out, it puts obligations on the investors. Our investment code has no obligations even to the state, to the environment, to the workers, no technology transfer, no skilling, yet we need those things. So I think maybe we could ask Commissioner their plans. I know the issue of the investment code is also part of it is in Ministry of Finance, which we have been wondering why it's in finance, but we need really to review our investment code, and I think it's really, really important because policies are important. I was out of the room when the issue of the when they were presenting on the competition protocol. The competition protocol is also very important in the CFTA. But unlike the investment protocol, the competition protocol, from our point of view, is not very good because it talks about fair competition, fair competition between businesses. You can say it's fair, to compete fairly, but a multinational can't compete. My sister here can't compete with a multinational, So for us, a competition protocol should be able to look at where we are and look at that we need to promote some anti-competitive policies in order for my sister here to be put up to a certain level to be able to compete with a multinational company. And that issue has been on that table for a long time. That's why in the WTO, in the World Trade Organization, there is no competition protocol. There is no competition policy because developing countries said we want that policy space to be able to use these policies to grow our economy. So for us, that was one of the issues we looked at in the CFTA protocol, that it talks about fair competition. But there can't be fair competition among unequal. You can't talk about Tyson and Judith here and you say you fight, fair fighting. It can't be fair. So those were my comments.
Thank you, Madam Jen. Yes, we also had Mr. Elau Emmanuel wanted to speak on the competition. You can also be able to share your insight.
Thank you so much. My learned sister has done justice to the competition bill. So I just have a small thing to add. I think we also need to importantly look at this bill in the context of the East African community. For a very long time, like she highlighted, we had a competition policy in 2004, which took so long to come to fruition, to be made a bill and passed by Parliament. So Uganda, as a state and as a member state of the East African community, in the context of East Africa, has kept the community lagging behind for quite a period, because we had the East African Community Act, Competition Act, passed in 2006, which establishes the East African Competition Authority. And so for that act to have been implemented, Uganda and others needed to have come on board. So I'm happy that Uganda has finally passed this bill, and I think it will go a long way in ensuring that businesses are protected, especially the small-scale businesses. You remember some years ago we had a dispute between Century Bottling Company, that is the guys who make Coca-Cola, and the guys who make Reham Cola, which of course looked at from the context of intellectual property, but it also had competition aspects in it because you had Century, Coca-Cola and Pepsi dominating the market, but now you have this Reham Cola which has come in and is giving them a hard time in the market. Yeah, so I think this is a good development, and I hope that the act will be implemented soon enough. In the act, of course, you'll realize that there is a technical committee on competition and consumer protection. Now, of course, there can be some criticism of that technical committee because the composition is basically going to be mainly people from the ministries, some people from academia, and others from the private sector. So, talking about the independence of that authority, it might become an issue to some market players because it will then be difficult to distinguish the politics from the work of this committee. So in my view, perhaps they should have made that committee independent of the ministry. But that's my own view. Like she said, that was presented in Parliament and it wasn't considered. Yeah, so that's my simple view, in view of the fact that we have lunch, people want to eat. Thank you.
Thank you. I could pass it on also to Rich share.
So I'm not contributing so much on this, but I think something that I've had coming up very strongly is about the information. Everybody has talked about it, and it looked like from a few people here that this information, this gathering, and is not so much being felt out of Kampala City. I think we shall try to work with other partners to see that we take it to your area. And this is where I'm again asking most of the members here. At the beginning and opening, I say that we should all work together to make sure that we benefit from whatever is coming up that the ministry is doing and our government is doing. So that's what I wanted to clarify to you and to a few people, that as time goes on, maybe we're a bit late, but we shall try our best to make sure that we go to the regional places and regional cities, as I may call them now, so that we pass the same and we do the same thing, plus others. As we talk today, our concentration was so much on the other side, but there's this IP, and there's competition. Thank God my brother here said they're working on it so strongly. So please, let us participate when we call one another. Let us come together and let it work. And most importantly, the Ministry of Trade, I still repeat, I know the Commissioner is here. I'm not saying because he's here. But I said the Ministry of Trade is doing a lot and a lot, which we need to try and make our members understand. Otherwise, we shall lag behind. Thank you.
Okay. So for also just to emphasize on the bit of the ESC Model Investment Treaty, which is also a framework that is there, that we need to be able to see to it that our own internal policies and regulations can also be able to align, seeing that it is a framework that we recognize as Siatini is one that can be able to shape so many of the discussions around how to protect local investors and manage the issues that keep coming about on corporate capture, but also how well we are placed as a region to also harmonize on our policies generally across the different partner states. So it would be good that even for the competition policy or laws that are there for the ESC, is that we need to see that how those frameworks are being mainly developed, but also seeing that we are now looking at a broader range of issues that are coming out, and as a region, how well placed are we to see that our policies are fit for purpose and can be able to manage, given the high expectations that we have for the AfCFTA, in order to make it a reality. Commissioner, would you be able to supplement in some of those questions that have been raised, in case you feel you could share more?
I just want to be very quick on some of these issues. I know it is about lunchtime. We certainly, in terms of institutional arrangement, have what we call the Pan-African Trade and Investment Agency. That would be the agency that will be addressing all issues with respect to intra-Africa investment issues. So if you are Ugandan going to Nigeria to set up an investment and you have problems there, the immediate institution that you can complain to, first and foremost, is within Nigeria. Then we have our embassy there, but the Pan-African Investment Agency is the ultimate institution that will then sort out the issue. It's there for to ensure that we have investment facilitation, promotion, and protection of investment and investors. Adjustment facility, Mr. Wundo. It's an ongoing process. It's based in Rwanda to enable countries that are already state parties to the agreement of AfCFTA to get this adjustment facility to address your capacity to be able to be competitive. Overall, we need to just understand one thing. We need to have an efficient market. And that is why we need the competition policy or act in place, so that we reduce on those negative competitive practices, monopolistic, in fact. I want to ask you one question. How many of you have realized that actually data should not expire? Data. You buy data for 10,000, then the following day it has expired. It shouldn't expire. So these are competitive issues because they control the market. Few players control the market and set the terms, and you, the consumers, suffer. And we have raised this issue with UCC, and they're working on it. Data should not expire. All right? Sugar shouldn't be 7,000. You go to Kakira, we have been having this problem. We go there, they tell you, no, our factory X price is this. And then we ask them, why should it be this in the open market? They say, we also don't know, but it shouldn't be there. These are competition issues. You know, there are sectors where we have competition problem. The telecom sector, we have problem in the sugar sector, the petroleum sector, the iron and steel sector. So we have dominance in those sectors, and there are many. So this act is going to help us address this. And it will help, by the way, the SMEs. Why should one big factory be the one who is producing, be the one transporting, be the one wholesaling, and also be the one retailing, competing with you who is buying from him? These are serious issues. This creates inefficiency in the market. You understand? It is going to help this. You have your factory, your retail shop here, but you find Mokwana also has his distribution center there. He's also a wholesaler, also distributing the same product that you're buying from him. I mean, what's the fairness there? All right? So we need to understand the political economics of this. There's been a process, and there's been not a simple issue of coming up with this competition act. But it's good we are now heading there. We shall certainly need complementary policies to to address SMEs related matters as we implement the Competition Act. I think I need to stop here. I don't want to go into other issues, but I think there is one thing that somebody raised about the different regimes and costs when it comes to registration and licensing of businesses across the EAC. You know, we have the treaty, but we still have also another provision within the treaty which gives partner states that exclusive right to introduce new regulations. And that is where we have. So it is not total openness. There is some exclusion somewhere. So there are two things. Registration of businesses is not the same as licensing of businesses, okay? You can be registered but not licensed. You understand the difference? Yes, so for that, I think registration is Uganda Registration Services Bureau, but the Ministry of Trade issues the licensing. And sometimes it is the local government where you operate that issues you the licenses. Licenses, and in most cases, it's also being abused. That is why you also need a bit of regulation there. Licenses are supposed to be regulatory, but we seem to be using licenses for generating revenue, which is wrong. Okay? So we need to have some bit of work there. I think, Siatini, you can help. So licensing fees should be for regulatory purposes, not for revenue generation. Then with foreign traders, you know, the issue is we as a country have carved out certain businesses that are supposed to be predominantly for locals. Retail business is one of them. Okay? That is why we issue registration licenses for foreign traders. They are not supposed to go in the retail business. But we are also complicit in this process. May have gone and moved around sometimes. You find a very powerful Musokan Sons retail company somewhere along the streets of Kampala. But the person behind the counter collecting money seems to be somebody different. And you begin wondering whether it is really the real Musokan Sons who is doing business. So we are part of the problem also. I mean, why should a foreigner register in your name and do retail business when actually we are creating that for ourselves? We know that. And perhaps some of these things are at the district level. Even in Kampala, sometimes you have those anomalies in place. So that is an ongoing process. And the reason why we have registration and licensing of foreign traders is because we want to address this problem. So that certain businesses that are reserved for nationals are for nationals. That is what I want to say. With this, I want to say, I think I end here and thank you very much, you all for listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. I think we all deserve a round of applause for being able to be part of this discussion. We believe that a number of the areas that have been mentioned, especially on the challenges and how to move forward, is really very important and has been taken note from Siatini and from Uganda Chambers of Commerce. We believe that we can be able to see how to, together with Ministry of Trade, to how we can be able to align to having specific actions to the challenges that have been raised. Because we all need that market. We need to see that the AfCFTA is made a reality, but it can only be made a reality by the different stakeholders that are within this room, and more also from the different stakeholders that are also at the local level, the farmers. And how best to do that is really going forward on how well we can have our specific actions to address the challenges that have been raised. And I know for Ministry of Trade, Commissioner, as you had mentioned, you have a number of different players that you work with, Uganda Chambers of Commerce being one. We believe that also being part of the technical committee, we can be able to sit down and at least address and find clear actions to seeing that we can be able to have more of our MSMEs take advantage of the opportunity that the AfCFTA has, but also envision Uganda and also the region going ahead on boosting our trade, and also seeing that we are able to have more of fair trade even as a whole, as a community. For me, as well as on behalf of Siatini, we just want to thank you all for being part of this discussion. We still have a main objective really towards seeing that trade and investment policies are really adhered to, but also seeing that they take a huge priority in most of these discussions going ahead. So we believe by working together, we'll continue to see to it that we have a more approach and wider stakeholder approach to seeing that most of these issues around the AfCFTA can be addressed and have it as a reality. We want to say thank you, and we believe we can have also a group photo just with just few seconds of your time. We'll just come here at the front, have a group photo, and we can go and have our lunch. Thank you so much.